Beneath the restless waves lie fortresses no chart has ever marked, coral kingdoms, alive yet ancient, where every ridge is a rampart, and every shadow conceals a quiet wall. Cities rise from living stone, each wall built by creatures smaller than dust, but patient enough to outlast storms and centuries. Here, battles never end. Colonies press against colonies, poisons unfurl in silence, and the tide itself redraws borders with every surge. These kingdoms do not roar, they whisper, their scars written in limestone, their victories remembered only by the sea. And as we drift into their chambers tonight, I'll leave you with a question. Where are you listening from? And what time has found you there? Tell the ocean your answer, for it is listening too, and somewhere in its halls of coral, it already knows your name. Dawn does not simply arrive on a coral battlefield. It seeps, spilling across stone towers, built by countless generations. The reef crest glows first, its ridges scattering the early light into a mosaic of shifting fire. Polyps withdraw their night-born tentacles, surrendering their hunt to the sun's return. Yet in that surrender is no peace. Inside their translucent bodies, symbiotic algae awaken, turning sunlight into life, weaving sugars that keep the colony alive. The reef at first light resembles a city preparing for its daily siege. Small damselfish dart from one coral patch to another, patrolling like soldiers obsessed with borders, no wider than a hand. A wrasse glides over the ridge, inspecting the terrain, and within crevices, shrimp snap their claws in bursts of thunder, warning all who drift too close. Even at sunrise, the reef is not still. It is a citadel alive, 1,000 skirmishes already unfolding. Every coral structure is both fortress and weapon. Colonies grow outward, expanding until they meet their rivals. Then the war begins, silent but merciless. Some species unfurl white mesenterial filaments, gut-like whips that burn and digest their neighbors alive. Others send out sweeper tentacles, stinging in every direction, claiming ground with each unseen lash. These battles are measured, not in moments, but in centuries. The scars remain long after the skirmish fades, pale trenches where living tissue was stripped away, jagged scars where one colony pressed its advantage until the other crumbled into rubble. Yet even rubble becomes foundation. New larvae drift in, settling on the bones of defeat, building fresh walls atop the ruins. The reef never stops writing itself, its surface an eternal ledger of conquest. What looks to human eyes like beauty, the rippling blues, the branching reds, is in truth the color of war still raging, only slowed by water's patience. Parrotfish arrive, like living chisels, their beaks rasping against the limestone. Each bite shaves coral into powder, a destruction that is not ruin, but renewal. By grinding the old skeletons, they carve space for new colonies, keeping algae from smothering the stones. Their feeding creates the sands that later form islands, beaches built from the bones of forgotten cities. The reef needs these saboteurs as much as it fears them. Their mouths carry the sound of steady labor, a rasping rhythm that echoes through water like tools on stone. In their wake, cracks widen, spaces open, and larvae find footholds no larger than a fingernail. The fortress changes daily under this hammering. To an observer, the reef seems immortal, a frozen palace. But each hour, its walls are carved, gnawed, rebuilt. Creation here is war, but it is also partnership. What is destroyed becomes foundation, and what is foundation becomes battlefield once again. Every inhabitant claims territory with an intensity far beyond its size. A dam selfish guards, a patch of algae, no larger than a coin, with the ferocity of a warlord, attacking intruders 10 times its mass. Cleaner wrasse set up their stations like sanctuaries, where predators line up for parasites to be plucked away. Even the shark, the reef's patrolman, alters the flow of battle by simply appearing. Its silhouette redraws boundaries across hundreds of meters, every fish folding tighter, every grazer fleeing to cover. Yet none of these creatures rule absolutely. Authority here is temporary, fragile as the tide. Alliances vanish with a shadow, Victories dissolve with a single surge of current. The reef is never governed, it is only balanced, its order written moment to moment by countless negotiations, and beneath that order runs the silent truth. Every life here is a soldier, and every soldier is expendable in the war of growth. Borders in this kingdom are not lines, they are living fogs. The crest bleeds into the slope, where water carries a snowfall of plankton, seeds of life drifting in search of anchor. Mucus threads stretch like nets across corals, catching what the current brings. Where light begins to fade, new architects take command. Crusts of coralline algae glue broken rubble into walls. Sponges pump entire oceans of water through their porous bodies, filtering food so small, no other mouth can claim it. Even the turtle grazing lazily across this edge plays its part, erasing divisions with every bite. And deep below, cold water seeps upward through hidden cracks, a whisper from the abyss that makes polyps tremble and retract. In this battlefield, borders are not fixed, they breathe, expand, contract. What seems to us like a static reef is, to itself, a living lung, always inhaling, always exhaling the terms of its survival. Noon presses harshly upon the reef, the sun falling vertical through the waves. Many polyps retreat from the glare, pulling inward to conserve energy. Yet inside their symbiotic algae work harder than ever, factories turning light into sustenance. Grazers roam the stones with diligence, scraping surfaces bare. Mantis shrimp repair their burrows, perfecting escape tunnels with the precision of engineers. Even apparent stillness is preparation. A damn selfish harries a grouper again and again, its defiance absurd but unshakable. A school of Antheus ripples above the coral like sparks suspended in the air, always shifting, always ready to vanish. Noon is the quiet hour of truce, but not peace. Beneath the stillness, patience coils. Tentacles prepare for dusk, mouths wait to unfurl. The reef endures the light not with calm, but with strategy. Noon is a pause before the bloodless battles begin anew, a held breath before night opens the gates again. The reef crest is never safe from the sea's wider war. Waves pound endlessly, each surge testing the fortress, yet the reef does not break. Its ridges are built like armor, spur and groove formations that channel energy sideways, dispersing the ocean's assault. In the cracks, new life clings. In the grooves, sand is trapped, building terraces where more colonies will rise. The reef is an engineer, as much as it is a warrior, turning destruction into defense, bending force into shape. Every storm that strikes leaves rubble, but rubble is reborn. Colonies claim the fallen stones, worms hollow tunnels, sponges colonize shadows, and soon the wound looks like architecture. To the sea, storms are weapons. To the reef, they are tools. The crest teaches one lesson endlessly. Survival here is not resistance, but adaptation. The city wins its wars not by standing unbroken, but by using every scar as scaffolding for the battles to come. At dusk, the reef awakens into another war entirely. Polyps extend once more, unfurling hundreds of thousands of translucent arms into the water. Their tentacles seize drifting plankton, tiny sparks drawn down into mouths no wider than a pin. It looks delicate, lace blooming in slow motion, but this is hunger weaponized. Chemical signals bloom invisibly, stinging cells unfurl with every touch, and rival colonies bristle against each other as they expand. What daylight concealed, darkness reveals. The reef is alive with struggle, every surface alive, every crevice armed. Fish alter their strategies too. Day grazers retreat, replaced by hunters with larger eyes, their movements slower, more deliberate. Crustaceans crawl from their burrows, claws clicking like a drumbeat. The reef at night is not quiet, it is sharper, more alert, every gesture deliberate. Dusk does not bring rest, it brings the revelation that the city is a battlefield without pause, ruled by darkness as much as light. There are whispers in the reef that do not belong to fish or coral. They come in the form of sound, the snaps of pistol shrimp, the croaks of groupers, the grunts of parrotfish, all weaving into a soundscape that scientists call the reef's voice. But it is more than noise. It is memory. Larvae searching for a home drift toward reefs that sound alive, listening for that chorus. Without it, they do not settle. Sound is the unseen architecture of these kingdoms, as vital as stone. Even war has its music. Aggression changes the pitch of a territory. The snap of claws accelerates. The rush of fish thickens. When storms silence a reef, its survival hangs by a thread. For silence is death here. To float above a living reef at night is to be surrounded by 1,000 whispers, each one declaring in clicks and hums, "We are here, we endure, we fight." Predators move like shadows across the slope. Reef sharks glide silently, not hunting with frenzy, but with presence. Their outlines alone alter the battlefield, forcing shoals into tighter clusters, pressing smaller predators back into the shadows. The shark is the reef's balancing blade, trimming excess, keeping populations from spilling beyond balance. Yet it is not invincible. Parasites infest even these rulers, and they too must bow at cleaning stations, offering themselves to the tiny wrasse that pluck their scales clean. Authority here is layered, never absolute. Even the greatest hunters yield to the smallest attendants. It is a reminder that the reef's wars are not simply predator against prey. They are treaties, negotiations, moments of fragile coexistence. And yet, the shark's patrol at dusk marks a truth undeniable. Fear is as much a weapon as teeth, and the mere shadow of power shapes the rhythm of every battle waged across the stones. Each night, bioluminescence flickers faintly, brief sparks in the water as plankton respond to disturbance. It is as if the battlefield is lit by distant lanterns, every flicker a signal of motion, every glow a reminder that the reef is not empty. To some creatures, this light is camouflage. To others it is lure. The reef is filled with deception. Anglerfish use glowing bait to draw prey into jaws. Squid ripple with pulses of shifting color, confusing hunters. Even corals themselves use bioluminescent proteins, altering how they glow, sometimes to attract, sometimes to shield. To us, the sight is breathtaking, but within the war of survival, it is language, a vocabulary written in pulses of light. Night here is not dark, it is layered with signals, each one designed to mislead or to draw closer. The reef at night glows not for beauty, but for war, its battlefield lit by weapons disguised as wonders. The reef is also a maze of alliances. Cleaner fish do not simply remove parasites, they negotiate safety. Predators lower their defenses, mouths wide, gills flared, offering themselves to the tiny attendants. For moments, the war pauses. Even danger respects this treaty. Yet alliances are fragile. Cleaner fish sometimes cheat, nipping at flesh instead of parasites. Predators, sensing betrayal, devour them instantly. Trust is fleeting, survival absolute. In other corners, clownfish defend anemones, in exchange for shelter, while the anemone's stinging tentacles provide safety for their guardians. Shrimp pair with gobies, one digging burrows, the other keeping watch. These arrangements are as old as the sea, yet none are permanent. The battlefield of coral is not ruled by peace treaties. It is held together by pacts of necessity, always at risk of betrayal. To live here is to make a pact with danger, knowing it will last only as long as it is useful. The reef does not sleep. Even in the deepest night, battles continue. Crabs duel under ledges, claws clashing in slow-motion wars. Octopuses slip from crevices, their bodies flowing like smoke, shifting colors with thought alone, ambushing prey that never saw them coming. Moray eels patrol their tunnels, jaws opening and closing in eerie rhythm, their silhouettes like serpents woven into the stone. Every niche is claimed, every moment contested. Time here moves differently, stretched thin by patience, compressed by sudden violence. Where we see timeless beauty, the inhabitants know only constant vigilance. Nothing rests. Even the stones themselves grow and crumble at once, the living and the dead interwoven in a cycle that blurs the line between palace and battlefield. The reef is a place where history and present tense collapse into one, where every scar, every ridge, Every hollow is both a memory of what was fought and a preparation for what comes next. Morning returns, but peace never does. As the sun climbs again, the reef transforms yet again, shadows shrinking, colors igniting. Parrotfish resume their relentless chiseling, sharks sweep the boundaries, grazers scatter across the stones, and polyps withdraw their tentacles until night gives them power once more. It looks like repetition, but it is strategy. Every day, every tide, every surge of current resets the war. Each species knows its hour, knows when to attack, when to defend, when to vanish. The reef is never static. It is a shifting chessboard, its players numerous, its rules unwritten but understood. To drift above it is to witness a world where life and war are one and the same, indistinguishable, inseparable. The coral kingdoms endure not by chance, but by mastery of this endless cycle. For them, the return of light is not salvation, only the beginning of another battle they were born to fight. The reef at last light resembles a cathedral. Shadows stretch long, colors blaze briefly before fading into monochrome. Yet beneath that beauty, nothing has ended. Polyps prepare their tentacles, predators shift into position, hunters of the night ready themselves. The reef holds its breath as the day exhales. For us it is a vision of paradise, but for its inhabitants, it is simply the battlefield's next phase. Every scar glows faintly in the sinking light. Every hollow echoes with the memory of struggle. And as the ocean darkens, the coral kingdoms whisper their unending refrain. Survival is war, war is survival, and beauty is only the mask it wears. In this place, nothing is truly still. The sea keeps the ledger, and the reef writes its history one battle at a time. And so the cycle continues, unbroken, until even stone remembers the wars of color beneath the waves. As the sun slips below the horizon, the reef exhales in slow relief, shadows lengthening across towers of stone and living color. Dusk is not silence, it is transformation. Polyps unfurl their translucent arms once more, countless fragile soldiers, preparing for a feast written into their very bones. The reef changes its rhythm now. By day, battles are fought in color and motion. By night they are written in patience, tentacles drifting like 1,000 veils, each one armed with venom unseen. In the water, plankton rise from the depths, pulled upward by moonlight, as though answering a call. They drift into the coral's reach, unaware they are marching into a war already begun. Fish that once grazed openly retreat into cracks, their absence filled by hunters with wide glowing eyes. Night is not rest for the reef. It is its truest self, revealed in the dark where every movement is deliberate. The reef at night is a city of lanterns. Bioluminescence flickers in brief flashes, as if the walls themselves breathe with secret light. Plankton respond to disturbance, releasing blue-green sparks when touched, tracing ghostly trails through the water. To us it is beauty, to the reef it is signal and warning. Predators use this living glow to their advantage. Squid ripple with shifting pulses across their skin, dazzling prey into confusion before striking with precision. Lanternfish rise in shimmering clouds, their bodies glimmering like stars fallen into the ocean, only to scatter when larger hunters sweep through. Even corals themselves use bioluminescent proteins, altering their glow in ways scientists still do not fully understand. Perhaps it is camouflage, perhaps a shield against predators, or perhaps something older, a language carved in light. Every flash is a declaration of presence, of danger, of hunger. The reef does not sleep, it illuminates its war. Beneath the pale wash of the moon, the hunters emerge. Octopuses glide like shadows made liquid, arms flowing around rocks, as if stone itself were cloth. Their skin changes with each heartbeat, spotted, striped, smooth, rough, camouflage, woven into thought. A crab moves too slowly, and arms engulf it, drawing it silently into a mouth hidden beneath a shifting mantle. Nearby, moray eels patrol their tunnels, jaws working in eerie rhythm, opening and closing with every slow breath, their teeth flashing like the edges of drawn blades. To those who enter their domain, there is no warning, no chase, only sudden violence from the darkness. Reef sharks drift closer to the slope, their silhouettes blending with the night. They need no speed, no frenzy. Their power is presence alone, reshaping the battlefield by appearing. At night, every hunter is both soldier and ghost, moving through the water as though the reef itself had awakened. Chemical wars rage where eyes cannot see. Corals, though still, are not passive. They extend sweeper tentacles, meters long, invisible whips that lash out at rivals. Contact burns flesh to white stone, leaving scars like cauterized wounds across the battlefield. Some species release toxins, subtle clouds that poison nearby colonies, suffocating them before dawn. Others unleash mesenterial filaments, gut tissue turned outward, that digest their neighbors alive, a violence slower than teeth, yet just as final. These battles happen quietly, fought in currents so small a drifting particle reveals them. To divers, the reef at night may seem calm, but beneath that calm lies endless war. Victory is measured, not in speed, but in persistence. The winners are those who claim inches of stone, the losers crumbling into rubble, and rubble too is never wasted. Even defeat becomes a foundation for new warriors. The reef is a war of patience, fought without sound. Every soldier of the reef is armed, whether by claw, colour, or cunning. Crustaceans creep from their burrows, pincers held like drawn sabres, clashing in duels fought without audience. Their victories are small, access to a hollow, a patch of algae, a safer crevice, but their urgency is absolute. Mantis shrimp patrol their tunnels like assassins, their limbs folded with the tension of crossbows. When they strike, it is with speed faster than a bullet, cracking shells, even splitting stone. To the reef, these battles are common as breathing. To us, they are feats of precision too sharp for imagination. Yet even these warriors live by fragile treaties. Many share burrows with gobies, fish that act as watchmen, signaling danger, while the shrimp digs their fortress deeper. Cooperation exists here, but only on the knife's edge of necessity. For in these kingdoms, even allies remember, every partnership is a pact written in fear. Above the stones, schools of small fish weave in shifting clouds, their bodies moving as if one mind commanded them. Hair unity is defense. Their shape confuses predators, masking any single target within the living cloud. Yet, even unity has limits. Barracudas slip like silver arrows through the masses, scattering them with precision strikes. Groupers lurk in sudden ambush, their massive jaws opening with a force that seems slow until it closes around the helpless. These nighttime skirmishes unfold in silence. No sound but the rasp of water against stone, no cry of alarm. For sound draws predators, and silence is survival. In this hush, only the crackle of shrimp claws echoes faintly, thunder in miniature reminding all that danger is everywhere. The reef at night does not roar like the day. It whispers, hums, cracks, a music of war composed in notes too faint for human ears. Yet the reef hears. Sponges, often mistaken for passive forms, wage their own quiet campaigns. Their bodies pump thousands of liters of water every day, straining invisible plankton and bacteria into sustenance. In doing so, they change the current itself, redirecting flow, capturing nutrients that would otherwise feed their neighbors. Within their porous walls, microbial communities hold parliaments of life unseen, altering the reef's balance from within. To call them passive is to misunderstand their patience. They are architects of silence, slowly starving some while feeding others, deciding survival not with teeth, but with persistence. Their presence transforms battlefields, forcing colonies to adapt, shift, or perish. Even in darkness, sponges continue their unseen war, breathing through chambers older than memory. To us, they are statues. To the reef, they are fortresses armed with lungs, and in their slow, steady pulse, the reef is both sustained and divided. Even silence here is strategy. Even stillness is war. Sea cucumbers glide slowly across the battlefield, their bodies soft, almost fragile. Yet, their role is indispensable. They consume the sand itself, drawing in grains filled with detritus, digesting it, and expelling it clean. Each movement writes over yesterday's history, erasing footprints, smoothing scars. They are the quiet archivists of the reef, removing decay, making space for the new, but even they hold weapons. When threatened, some expel sticky threads that entangle attackers, others eject their own organs as sacrifice, regrowing them later. Their defense is surrender, their victory endurance. In the eyes of predators, they seem helpless. In truth, they keep the battlefield alive by restoring balance. The reef cannot exist without their patience. Every kingdom requires its caretakers, its scavengers, its unseen keepers of order. And in the coral kingdoms, even the softest soldier has its strategy. Even the slowest holds power, and even the humblest wears armor of time. Cracks in the reef hide creatures more terrifying than their size suggests. The pistol shrimp cocks its claw like a loaded weapon, snapping with such speed it generates bubbles that collapse into bursts of sound, stunning prey instantly. To human ears, it is only a faint pop, but in the water it is thunder, shaking the silence into submission. These shrimp are both hunters and architects, digging elaborate tunnels beneath coral heads, sheltering smaller creatures who tolerate their violence. Yet their power is not noise alone. The shock waves they produce change currents, confuse predators, and turn crevices into strongholds. The reef is filled with small kings whose power outweighs their size, each one a reminder that scale is meaningless in this war. It is not size that decides survival, but adaptation. And in the pistol shrimp's thunder, we hear the reef's oldest truth: the battlefield belongs to those who know how to use it. Night brings not only predators, but scavengers. Crabs, brittle stars, and worms emerge in legions, scouring the reef for scraps. They are the vultures of this kingdom, consuming what others leave behind, ensuring no trace of death is wasted. Their work is vital, recycling decay into fuel for new life. Yet even they fight amongst themselves, battling over morsels no larger than a fingernail. To them, the reef is a banquet, endless, merciless, always contested. Their shadows creep across stone and coral alike, claws scraping, legs weaving patterns into sand. To us, they may seem insignificant, but without them, the reef would drown in its own debris. They are the soldiers who clean the battlefield, feeding upon ruin, turning it into survival. War here is never final. Even in death, there is utility. The reef consumes itself endlessly, and even its decay is armed, sharpened, ready to rise again in another form. The current itself is a combatant. At night, cooler water rises from depths, carrying nutrients upward like secret reinforcements. The polyps open wider, tentacles flexing to seize this bounty. Yet currents are not only gifts, they are thieves. They strip larvae from where they settled, scattering them into exile, carrying them into waters where no reef waits. Some find refuge, most do not. Every surge writes both salvation and erasure. The reef has no control, only adaptation. Colonies that endure must bend to the current's will, building shapes that redirect, channel, or withstand the flow. Their very architecture, branching forms, flat plates, massive domes, is a strategy against the ceaseless assault. Every gust of water is a strike, every shift, a siege. To us, the current feels invisible. To the reef, it is the oldest army, forever rewriting the battlefield, with a strength nothing can resist. Even the strongest walls bend beneath its hand. Turtles drift through the night, ancient silhouettes gliding as though the war beneath them does not touch them. Yet, their presence changes everything. Grazing on sponges and soft corals, they clear space where competitors once pressed too tightly. Their slow movements redraw borders, not with violence, but with inevitability. Each bite reshapes alliances. Each graze decides which colony survives. They are wanderers, but their wanderings leave scars that shift the battlefield. Around them, fish gather, using their bulk as shield from predators. For a moment, the reef soldiers unite in their shadow, but only for as long as the turtle remains. When it drifts away, the truce dissolves. The reef remembers, even creatures who seem apart from the war are woven into it. Nothing here is untouched. The turtle, ancient and patient, is both participant and witness, a quiet reminder that even the oldest wanderers cannot move without altering the fate of kingdoms. Moonlight filters down in silver threads. Faint yet powerful, it governs tides, commanding the very rhythm of battle. Under its influence, plankton rise, corals feed, and predators hunt with sharper hunger. The moon is the reef's unseen general, pulling strings from afar. Its cycles dictate spawning events, moments when countless species release eggs and sperm into the sea, filling the water with life. To human eyes, it is spectacle, clouds of shimmer rising like smoke. To the reef, it is both opportunity and vulnerability. While colonies extend themselves in reproduction, predators feast upon the sudden storm of drifting life. The battlefield becomes chaos, a blizzard of creation and destruction, inseparable. The moon orchestrates both feast and slaughter, its pull unyielding. Night is never silent under its reign. Every cycle writes new chapters of war, proving that even the heavens wage battles through the tides, and the reef answers, surrendering, enduring, and surviving in rhythm. As night deepens, the reef becomes more alien. Shapes shift in the dim glow, outlines blur until stone seems to move. Currents carry scents invisible to us, but vital to its soldiers, chemical trails of prey, signatures of rivals, warnings of predators. These unseen languages define survival more than sight. An octopus may never see its quarry, yet it tastes it in the water and strikes without hesitation. A coral colony senses its rival, not by sight, but by the faint drift of its chemicals, releasing counterattacks into the current, before contact is even made. The reef is more than visible war, it is a conflict of sense, of unseen weapons carried invisibly. And in this darkness we realize the reef is not built for us to witness. Its battles are fought in dimensions beyond our senses. What we see is only shadow. What truly happens is etched into the water itself, unseen, unending. Toward midnight, the reef grows quieter, but never still. Some hunters retreat, bellies full, while others take their place. The war shifts, but does not cease. Polyps pulse with the rhythm of feeding, their tentacles weaving invisible curtains in the water. Shadows flicker across the slope as rays stir the sand, unsettling prey. Morays return to their hollows, jaws moving in silent cadence, and high above, the moon's silver threads continue to fall, guiding the tides, pulling at the reef's breath. Midnight is not peace, it is balance, a brief equilibrium in the cycle of siege. To us, it seems calm, but beneath the calm lies war without pause, a city forever contested. The reef endures by never surrendering, by waging battles too small for eyes but vast in consequence. Midnight is only a pause in our perception. For the reef, it is another hour in the war that never ends. Day returns with a harder edge, and with it the ocean tests every wall. Waves drive their weight across the crest, breaking into white combs that rake the stone. The reef does not meet force with force. It bends, channels, cheats. Spur and groove ridges split the surge into corridors, sending power sideways so towers do not snap. Between the spurs, sand funnels through like grain, loading trenches with ballast that steadies the city. Nothing here is accidental. Shapes are strategies, angles are treaties. Buttresses of old skeleton rise where impact concentrates, redistributing the blow into curves that sigh instead of shatter. In the froth, parrotfish duck and reappear, continuing their rasping labor as if the sea's hammer were only weather. Water hurls itself again and again against living stone, and the city answers with geometry, not bravado. Even the smallest ledge matters, catching eddies that cradle larvae and spare mouths from the scouring. Seen from above, the crest looks like ornament. From within, it is doctrine: do not resist directly, rewrite the force. Here the ocean learns that walls can be soft, and softness can be stronger than the blow. The surge returns, but the blueprint holds. Beyond the crest, the forereef drops like a staircase into blue. each terrace a different arena of pressure and light. Here the city grows heavier. Massive boulders cement themselves with coralline crusts, becoming buttresses that brace the slope. Rubble from old battles migrates downward in slow avalanches, then locks in place, mortared by life. Sponges colonize the shaded undersides, their steady lungs filtering water as relentlessly as tides obey the moon. Black urchins stud the rock like caltrops, grazing the film that would smother newborn stone. Caves open where slabs once lay. Groupers claim them and wait, patient as statutes of hunger. The gradient writes rules. Plates dominate where light is generous. Boulders where surge is rough. Branches where shelter multiplies. Every meter is policy. Every policy written by water. When earthquakes shrug somewhere far away, the slope remembers first. Pebbles tick downward and stop, a quiet count of years. From this angle the kingdom resembles a staircase built by storms. Each step the remainder of a fall, and the promise of a rise. Gravity watches, and the slope watches back. Lagoonward, the water calms, and the kingdom spreads, like a low-tide city. Patch reefs rise from pale sand, isolated forts linked by roads of current. Seagrass meadows reach like green banners, dampening waves before they strike the inner walls. In this sheltered light, plating corals lay wide shields, and branching forms knit into hedges. Juvenile fish drill in bright schools, practicing the turns they will need when the open slope calls them to faster wars. Sand ripples hold the handwriting of wind and tide, erased and rewritten each day. Cushioned stars heave along the floor like slow machinery. Stingrays lift the script and set it down again, breath by breath. Here, the city appears generous, even soft, but its taxes are exact. Grow flat to harvest light, grow tall to win a shadow. Channels thread the flats like boulevards, carrying cool infusions from passes that breathe with the moon. On still afternoons the lagoon looks harmless. Underneath, every inch remains negotiated. Light here walks instead of runs. Shallows speak in softened consonants of sand. Distance is measured by the length of a breath. Children of the city rehearse escape and return. A storm does not arrive. It assembles, pressure falters, swells lengthen, and the light turns metallic over the flats. Parrotfish drop low, rasa vanish into sockets like pins pulled from fabric. The first great set detonates on the crest, and the kingdom enters its trial. Hours become percussion. Waves lift entire alleys of water and drop them as walls, flexing towers to the limit. Plate corals fracture where they were meant to fracture, sacrificing edges so cores survive. Branching thickets snag tumbling rock and break, but they break into pieces already primed to start again. Sand rises and flies inland underwater, a ghost of dunes rolling through corridors. When the eye passes, the sea breathes once, then the other wall arrives, and every equation is solved again in foam and grit and pressure that remembers nothing but the next blow. Cloud lines march like drum rolls on the horizon. The reef lowers its profile and waits. Between sets, the city thinks. Impact writes in froth and erases in undertow. The trial is loud, but the lesson is quiet. When the sky clears, the reef looks wounded and strangely new. Ledges are bare where gardens stood. Corridors open where thickets once tangled. The city responds immediately. Mucus coats a braided flesh, sealing exposure. Colonies extend exploratory filaments to test their neighbors' lines. Shoals return in pulses, scouting altered maps. Snails arrive like surveyors, tracing bright paths across scoured stone, leaving signatures that cue microbes to settle. In crevices, brooding corals release planulae that rain into lee pockets, airs delivered to emptied rooms. A day later, sand lies smoother. A week later, the first pink paint of coralline appears. A month later, edges soften into intention again. Storms do not end the kingdom, they edit it, deleting the brittle, elevating the resilient, opening doorways where none existed. Order returns not as replica, but as revision. Repair begins before silence returns. Maps are redrawn in the minds of fish. Openings become avenues, emptiness becomes light. New settlers rid the scours like scripture. Microbes write the first coat of paint. Some wars take hours, others are written across seasons. Heat arrives not as flame, but as a softness that lingers too long. Polyps withdraw at noon and stay withdrawn. Inside their tissues, the algae that feed them falter, pigments paling, until the colonies shine ghost bright. Bleaching is not fire, it is the erasure of a partnership. The city seems to vanish into bone, and the battlefield turns quiet in ways that feel wrong. Yet even here strategy persists. Deep within shaded folds, pockets hold color. Currents tug cool across microvalleys, and by hours. Night becomes heavier with feeding, days become budgets. Fragments endure under ledges like archives against weather. When relief finally returns, survivors host their partners again, plank by plank, light by light. Recovery writes slowly, but limestone remembers the script. Heat asks for tribute, and takes too much. Partnership thins to thread, and then to memory. Ghost brightness is not peace, it is hunger with a face. Shade becomes sanctuary. Cold writes a different chapter. Upwelling fingers reach from depth, slipping into channels, and pouring across the slope, like night water. The reef shivers, not from fear, but from sudden clarity. Nutrients bloom in the chill, thin plankton, multiplying until the water sparkles with food. Polyps open for long hours, and the city eats with the restraint of experience, not frenzy. Surgeons carve trails through distant clouds. Filter feeders increase their pumping to a steady roar the human ear cannot hear. With the bounty comes vigilance. Cold wakes predators that hunt by pressure, not sight. The city widens its stance, expanding mouths and tightening schools. When the chill fades, the reef keeps its gains the way a body keeps strength after winter, quietly deep in the stone, where sugars turn to scaffolding. The cold's generosity is disciplined. Feeding becomes a ceremony of restraint. Even abundance must be shaped by caution. Predators read pressure like scripture. Schools tighten their commas and keep reading. Architecture here remembers failure. Where towers once snapped, new forms grow thicker and lower, domes replacing spires, buttresses growing like ribs. Massive heads squat against the surge, their surfaces pocked with the mouths of thousands acting as one skin. On their flanks, plating corals stack like shields in a phalanx, each layer shading the next. The arrangement is not decorative, it is rehearsal. Every ridge tests a scenario. If the wave climbs high, slide. If it dives low, brace. If it rebounds, curl. Nearby, gorgonians stream like banners, flexing to bleed energy into ribbons of motion. When storms rest, growth continues along the lines that held. Blueprints are revised by scars, and every scar becomes a stronger column the next season. Design evolves by remembering where it hurt. A low stance is a long wisdom. Ribs of stone breathe with the set and the backwash. Banners divide the force into ribbons. Shadows cast by plates are investments. On oceanic atolls, the war is larger than a single storm. The ring itself thins and thickens as sea levels sway over years. Passes opening where surf gnaws saddles, lowest to the moon. Lagoons breathe deeper, their colors changing with the mixing of ocean blood and inner warmth. Where the ring sinks, new crest forms ahead, young limestone marching into swell like infantry advancing under a pale banner. Old reef drowns landward into blue shelves called terraces, step after step of memory descending. Birds nest on beaches made of parrotfish sleep, and turtles climb the night to scratch maps in sand. An atoll looks like a circle. It is really a moving conversation between stone and tide, advance and retreat measured in centimeters and years. The ring talks to the tide in patient syllables. Breaches become gates. Gates become songs. Color in the lagoon is a mood. Circles are only the surface of spirals. Even calm days hide sieges. Sediment drifts like ash, settling where water slows. Fine grains smother delicate mouths, unless someone clears them. Enter the janitors. Gobies fan burrows clean. Sea cucumbers vacuum the floor. Feather duster worms flick silt from their crowns. Corals themselves shed, sloughing mucus sheets that peel away sand like old skin, a quiet shrugged defense. Where shedding fails, allies intervene. Tiny crabs living among branching corals wave and scrape debris from polyps as payment for shelter. In the stillest corners, sediment wins and life withdraws. But the city keeps sweeping, hour after hour, until the mouths are clear again and the light can find its work. Cleaning is not maintenance, it is survival written small. Cleaning turns suffocation into breath again. Janitors write their names in neat fans. Debris is a traveler persuaded to leave. Even the smallest broom matters. The floor glitters after the sweepers pass. Rubble fields sprawl like archives of catastrophe. Shards piled where slopes once failed. They look like ruin until you kneel close. Each piece is a ledge, a ceiling, a cave mouth. Juvenile fish thread the labyrinth, learning to vanish in 3 moves. Octopuses make doors from shells and anchor them with pebbles, turning disorder into architecture. Coralline algae paint stones with pink mortar that will in time bind fragments into a single mass. Broken plate becomes buttress, snapped branch becomes truss, dust becomes beach. The field does not mourn, it recruits. Here catastrophe is converted, slowly into corridors and halls, and the city grows outward from its own wreckage, practical as tide. Ruins are primers for builders here. Childhood learns its corners among shards. Disorder offers more doors than walls. Pink mortar is the quietest victory. From wreckage, hallways, then homes. Currents carry rumors between far kingdoms. Spawning rises as milky weather and rides out beyond sight. Larvae, each with a compass woven into cilia and ear bones, drift at the mercy of rivers that change names with depth. They are soldiers without armor, hearing the crackle of shrimp and the low choir of fish long before they can see stone. Where the music is strong, they descend like soft rain and become walls. Where the music is muted, they keep going, adding days to a journey shaped by moon and wind. Many vanish. Enough arrive. The reef is not contiguous, it is an archipelago of songs, each one recruiting its loyal listeners from miles away. Rumor travels faster than stone can grow. Songs hold maps more faithful than charts. The ear finds the city before the eye. Moon pulls the chorus higher on certain nights. There are moments when the water itself seems to thicken, when slack tide holds the city as if inside glass. Sound becomes close, each crackle crisp, each rasp magnified. Hunters hesitate. Grazers step openly into the lightless air of water. It feels like a truce written by physics. Then the tide turns, and the reef exhales with visible relief in the loosening of schools. Slack is a reminder that time governs here as surely as teeth. The kingdom's clocks are moons and river mouths, their hands made of wind. To live is to keep schedule with forces too large to negotiate, to eat when they permit and hide when they insist. The bell chimes though no bell exists. The city obeys. The hush feels held rather than empty. Even fear loosens its jaw for a moment. Then the treaty dissolves at a signal no one sees. Truce passes, appetite resumes. Light is both weapon and ration. In clear seasons the upper stones drink deep, their algae factories humming, sugar pouring through the city like coin through markets. In turbid months, storms or river runoff dim the sun to pewter. Then the city draws upon reserves and remaps its budget. Plates tilt like dishes seeking better angles. Branches grow outward to capture sidelight. Cup corals spread upward like chalices to sip whatever reaches them. Below, creatures that never cared for day bloom in the compromise, filtering the wealth that drifts past the poor. Brightness and gloom are simply currencies to be exchanged. Sun is coin, cloud is debt. Budgets are balanced with tilt and patience. Angles argue politely for photons. Scarcity writes strange successes into corners. Nothing here goes bankrupt without a fight. By afternoon, the sea quiets to soft percussion, and the reef settles into its most deceptive mood. Everywhere looks calm, but schedules continue. Parrotfish grind, surgeons crop, groupers lurk, turtles graze, and polyps count minutes to dusk. The city is 1,000 clocks set to slightly different times, ringing in sequence, so the place never fully sleeps. Watch long enough and the rhythm appears: bloom, graze, shelter, strike, repair, recruit. No trumpet announces these marches. The ledger is kept in limestone and breath. When the light finally leans, shadows lengthen like banners, and the day prepares to hand the walls back to night. The reef inhales once and holds. Calm is a mask, not a verdict. Every worker keeps their hour. The sequence is a lullaby with teeth. Patrol routes lengthen as colors dim. The kingdom breathes in, readying the night. The reef teaches us that war is not always violent in appearance. At night, colonies prepare their weapons in silence, and their enemies fall without a sound. Polyps extend their most secret armaments, pale filaments that unwind from their mouths and stomachs, draping over neighboring colonies like lace, unraveling in the current. These filaments carry enzymes strong enough to digest living tissue outside the body, turning what they touch into bone-white scars. Where yesterday was color and flesh, today is skeleton exposed, the war etched into limestone itself. These attacks are slow, sometimes stretching across weeks, but no less lethal. A rival weakened cannot recover when every tide erases its strength. Victors creep forward, their walls rising where others dissolved. This is artillery without flame, drawn in patience and hunger, written not in noise but in pale streaks of absence. Some corals wield longer weapons. They extend sweeper tentacles into the water, unseen whips armed with stinging cells that lash out far beyond their borders. They strike with precision, burning holes in the bodies of neighbors, clearing territory that will remain empty until claimed again. To divers, these clear lines look like chance gaps between colonies. To the reef, they are scars of invisible jewels, borders drawn with venom. The current becomes the battlefield itself, carrying toxins and stings that do not fade quickly, lingering in the water like smoke after fire. The most insidious strategies never reveal themselves. Some corals release chemicals into the sea, toxins that drift on currents to choke rivals before they even touch. Whole colonies wilt, their tissues peeling away without warning, as though some curse had struck. Yet it is not chance, it is the reef itself, poisoning its enemies through unseen messengers. No claws, no teeth, no sound, only chemistry written in invisible script, deciding which city will grow and which will fall into ruin. The reef at night is a library of these poisons, its shelves filled with secrets we still cannot fully read. And so the reef fights without spectacle. Wars that would fill human chronicles with blood and fire are here waged in silence, their scars no less permanent, their lessons no less harsh. When morning comes, the reef appears serene, luminous under the new light. But every white scar is a signature of battle, every gap between colonies a reminder that the war never ended, only shifted to a new form. The reef survives not by peace, but by an endless invisible campaign of chemical fire. The reef teaches us that war is not only fought in the open, but also in the minds and memories of its combatants. For the true veterans of these silent battles, the past is a weapon they inherit. A colony that survives an attack does not forget its enemy. It encodes the chemical signature of the aggressor into its very being, a bitter lesson written in its living tissue. Years later, when the water carries that same toxic signature, the veteran colony will brace itself. Its defenses rise faster, its own chemical replies are brewed more potently. This is a war of generations, where the grudges of ancestors shape the strategies of the living. There is no forgiveness in the calcium carbonate cathedrals, only an ancient inherited vigilance. Some battles are won not by strength, but by alliance. Vast stretches of the reef are held by fragile truces between unlike kingdoms, anemones, whose stinging arms could wither coral flesh, instead stand guard over certain colonies, their venomous embrace protecting their hosts from grazers and rivals alike. In return, they feed on the waste of their allies. Tiny shrimp and crabs, armored and fierce, patrol the borders of their chosen coral citadels, snipping away at the invading filaments and sweeper tentacles of encroaching enemies. This is a war of proxies and treaties, where the strength of one's friends can mean the difference between expansion and erasure. The battlefield is a web of negotiations, written in the language of shelter and sustenance. The greatest sieges are those of light and shadow. A fast-growing coral can launch its most devastating attack, simply by growing upward, stretching its branches toward the sun. It casts a slow killing shade over the slower ancient colonies below. Deprived of the light that fuels their symbiotic algae, the shaded colonies slowly starve, their colors fading to a dull brown, then to bone. This is a territorial conquest, measured in millimeters per day, a victory achieved not by poison or sting, but by patience and sheer architectural ambition. The victor literally builds a monument upon the grave of its rival, its own success the tombstone for the life it extinguished. And so the reef teaches that war is a language with many dialects. It is spoken in the silent enzymatic kiss of a digestive filament, in the chemical curse whispered on the current, in the inherited memory of old poison, and in the slow suffocating theft of light. To see only the calm beauty of day is to miss the truth. The reef is a chronicle of conflict, its history written in the negative space of scars and the positive growth of the victorious. It survives not in spite of this war but because of it. Every polyp is a soldier, every limestone skeleton a fallen fortress, and the endless gentle current is the field upon which an eternal silent campaign is waged. Chemical war does more than destroy, it shapes the architecture of the reef itself. Over centuries, certain species rise to dominance not by growing faster, not by resisting waves, but by poisoning rivals until only they remain. Massive bouldering corals expand into domes that cast deep shadows, their neighbors slowly erased by toxins and filaments, leaving nothing but silence around their bulk. Branching corals collapse entire thickets of competition by releasing stings so fierce they leave no survivors. Over time, these strategies dictate the very skyline of the reef, deciding which forms persist, which vanish, and which corridors remain open. The sea does not reward beauty, it rewards endurance. Some corals dazzle with color, but fall quickly under chemical assault. Others are plain, their hues subdued, but their patience and poisons ensure survival. Architecture becomes memory of war. Every dome, every ridge, every maze is testimony not only to growth, but to conquest. Microbes join in these battles, allying with certain colonies and attacking others. Their secretions enhance coral toxins, or conversely, weaken defenses. Entire microbial armies move invisibly, shifting allegiances faster than the tides. To human eyes, the reef is stone and fish. To the reef itself, the truer war is fought in molecules smaller than dust. Yet this invisible war sustains balance as much as it destroys. Without chemical control, one species would smother all others, and diversity would collapse. Venoms carve space, toxins enforce borders, poisons create the gaps where new settlers arrive. The reef is violent, but its violence is necessary. Each scar it leaves becomes the doorway for new life, each defeat an invitation for renewal. In this way, chemical war is both weapon and law. It prevents conquest from becoming tyranny, ensures that no single kingdom can consume all others unchecked. This unseen violence is also the reef's constitution, enforcing equality through hardship. And in every current that carries toxins and signals, the reef whispers the same truth. Beauty is born from rivalry, peace is carved by conflict, and survival is written in the language of invisible fire. Night stretches on, and the reef hums with the quiet war of chemistry. It is a war with no audience, no spectacle, no sound. Yet its consequences shape the future of entire oceans. Colonies fall not to storms, not to predators, but to poisons that slip through the water unseen. Where one coral thrived, now lies a field of rubble. Where rubble stood, new settlers will rise. In silence the map is redrawn. To swim here is to drift through ghosts. The colors glow softly in the moonlight, but beneath them is a record of scars invisible to us. Only the reef remembers who struck, who endured, who perished without leaving a trace. The silence is misleading. It hides not peace, but a struggle so vast it shapes coastlines, islands, even nations built from sand ground out of dead skeletons. All of it begins here, with poisons drifting in the night. We want to believe reefs are gardens, sanctuaries untouched by war. But the truth is stranger. They are citadels, their walls alive with soldiers that fight without claws or teeth. Invisible weapons flow endlessly, written into the currents, their reach larger than any predator's shadow. To witness the reef is to misunderstand it at first. What looks like beauty is scar tissue. What seems like stillness is unending violence, disguised as calm. The ocean knows. It remembers every poison, every scar, every kingdom toppled without a sound. And it carries those memories forward, into the sand, into the stone, into the future reefs not yet built. To float here is to feel the war beneath your skin, though your eyes see only color. It is to realize that survival is not a gift, but a victory, won each night in silence, by armies we will never see. The city is edited every hour, by mouths that wear down stone and turn it into sleep. Parrotfish arrive in shifts, their beaks rasping with the steadiness of hand tools, shaving old skeleton into powder that clouds, settles, and becomes tomorrow's beach. Their faces are calm, almost ceremonial, as they scrape and chew, grind and swallow, filing the reef to a shape that can breathe. To a newcomer the sound is faint, a soft rasp against a choir of crackles. To the reef it is policy, a daily ordinance that keeps alleys open, stairwells clear, and windows bright. They bite past color into limestone, then past that captured city through a mill of fused teeth and armored throats. Sand pours from them in pale banners, the future of islands made from yesterday's walls. They sleep in secret sacks of mucus, sealing themselves in translucent tents that smell faintly of iodine and tide, a bubble against predators drifting by. At dawn they tear free, like banners in wind, and return to labor, chewing the city that raised them. Teeth fuse into plates, harder than enamel, renewing as they wear. The mouth is a mill, jawbones are gearboxes. Finer sand pours from their bodies in pale plumes, a snowfall that sinks into grooves and builds terraces, where new towers will start. Beaches lift their heads from this sleep, and lagoon shallows learn a new syllable of depth. Grazers follow, surgeonfish in bright masks, rabbitfish in pairs, dam shellfish patrolling their squares of crop with a fanatic certainty. Together they mow the fuzz that would choke young stone. The dam shellfish can be tyrants, yanking up any filament it does not prefer, biting giants off the face of its farm, policing each blade for the flavor that fuels its empire. Its garden looks like a patch of nothing to us. To the reef it is a throne room defended with teeth. Not all editing is gentle. Scarids batter protrusions to reach living crusts, toppling brittle knobs into rubble. It looks like ruin, but the city reads rubble as scaffold. Snails map the new faces with silver trails. Crusts of coralline paint them pink. In pockets protected from the surge, planulae settle, soft rain attaching to fresh address. A week later the rubble is neighborhood. A season later it is memory. Even their waste is strategy. Pellets of compressed calcium seed dunes that roll like sleeping animals along channels, filling gaps that waves once gouged. Sand migrates, finds leeward calm, and the reef advances a meter you cannot see until you return after a storm and the shoreline has moved. What seems destructive resolves as a draft. The saboteurs and architects are the same teeth. Night comes, and the city exudes a different patience. Parrotfish tuck into crevices and drape their tents again. A thin mucus film muffles scent and masks the outline of flesh. Morays slide by, tasting the water with open mouths, and pass. Inside the tents a worker sleeps like a mason on a scaffold, wrapped in the project. In the morning the tents shred, drift and feed tiny mouths. By noon the walls have new angles. Light finds rooms that were dim yesterday. Currents collude with carpenters in scales. If you could hold a handful of the sand that slipped from their bodies today, you would feel the city's future resting cold in your palm. Let some fall. It becomes a shoreline. Let the rest sift back. It becomes another floor in a living house. Another chance for a lava the size of dust to grip and begin. The work never ends. At dusk, the lawnmowers rise, black stars lifting from sockets where they hid from the noon. Urchins move like a slow clock, spines walking them forward like shadowy wheels. Their mouths, a lantern of 5 teeth, meet rock with a scrape of chalk across slate. Where they pass, Filamentous algae vanish, leaving letters on the page of stone. They are editors whose pen is pressure. In their wakes, newborn corals find footholds, clean circles where light reaches and settlement can begin. What seems like damage is preparation. Appetite is urban planning by hunger. By night, the yard work becomes choreography. Spines lean to sense the world. Tube feet taste the water and read the map. Lines of clean stone add up to neighborhoods. Crevices that were shadows become lanes. When a hunter slides near, octopus, triggerfish, grouper, the urchins gather into moving fortifications, spines interlaced, a hedgehog phalanx that confuses jaws and buys minutes. Fear writes architecture, hunger maintains it. Each step is a calculation: how much to take, how much to leave, how far from shelter, how long until the shadow passes. Gardeners can ruin gardens. When urchins explode in number, they strip the stone to blankness, a clean skull where color once worked. When disease sides their ranks, algae riot, growing thick until polyps starve in gloom. Balance is not a slogan, it is hunger measured to the mouthful. Sun, wave, grazer, and stone negotiate into a treaty renewed each tide. If one voice shouts, the choir fails, and the city buckles at the edges where change arrives earliest. Other caretakers join the night shift. Snails scrape minute films from every face, mouth parts humming like sand blown over glass. Sea hares graze with soft mouths, leaving paths like erased chalkboards. Limpets patrol in measured loops traced by memory, returning to a home scar cut in stone like a signature. Routes are municipal, repetitive, precise, essential. Their absence is obvious, within days. Floors fuzz, light dims, larvae ignore the shaded floor and drift on. Some gardeners carry knives. Surgeon fish sweep the slope in files like harvesters, tails flicking, scalpel spines folded until needed. They share the burden with rabbitfish that graze in careful pairs, each watching the other's blind side, trading places with practiced grace. Their work keeps the lighted floors clear, so the stone can host the next generation. They process breath into fuel, excreting pellets that feed small mouths and returning nutrients to the traffic of water. Even their haste is measured, a rhythm tuned to swell. On nights when the moon burns wider, the gardeners convert into shields for the young. They drift as screens across nursery thickets, breaking flow that would tear soft tissue, absorbing grit that would bury mouths. If a patch goes quiet after heat or storm, the first sign of recovery is their handwriting. Fresh grazed paths along the edges, a cautious outline of hope. Soon after, the pink paint of coralline appears, then dots of settling polyps, then threads of tentacles opening in slow confidence as the city finds breath again. Listen close, and the work has a voice, the minute rasp of radulae, the click of plates grinding edges back into sharpness, the hiss of spines combing water. It is not pretty music, it is better. It means the floors are being kept. Tomorrow there will be somewhere for a lava to land, somewhere for light to turn into sugar, somewhere for stone to become breath again. If the architects build walls, the gardeners keep doors open, tide after tide, so the kingdom grows without choking on its own success. Some builders carry chisels made of hunger, and live inside the walls. They weaken. Boring worms lace limestone, with tunnels no thicker than a match, threading galleries beneath plates and domes. Each mouthful subtracts stone and adds function. Powder drifts into the food web. Cavities become nurseries and ambush doors. To the touch, a solid head reveals itself as lace, strength redistributed into arch and webbing. The city learns from them. Resilience becomes geometry, and failure becomes ventilation. Christmas tree worms embed spirals in living coral, feathery crowns rising like bright fireworks from stone. What looks like decoration is plumbing. Radioles sieve water, while gills trade gases. At the slightest shock the crowns vanish, lids slamming shut like armored doors. Their tubes honeycomb the skeleton. Their presence creates weak lines and cooling channels. Coral grows around the tenants anyway, accepting rent and losing purity in a compromise it can keep. Fireworms prowl with luminous bristles, shag carpets of glass that punish bare mouths. Scavengers with arrogance, they take meat, others drop, and sometimes nip living tissue when darkness runs long. Burrows perforate ledges. Traffic keeps detritus moving. They are not loved, but they are used. Imperfect allies keep corridors from clogging and steer pressure into places that will not shatter. After they feed, the floor is cleaner, and the next negotiation is easier. Clams drill by chemistry, acid softening stone before a slow rasp finishes the hollow. Shells wedge into pockets they create. Lips open to drink light or swallow plankton according to season. Giant cousins set like lanterns, mantles quilted with pigments that redirect sunlight to tiny algae tenants. Stone becomes stomach, becomes light again, then stone. Every subtraction funds an addition. Every hole in the wall promises a future doorway. Endolithic algae live inside the skeleton, green threads within white stone, photosynthesis happening behind a translucent curtain of flesh. In drought they expand, boring more aggressively and weakening the roof. After death they hold the chalky maze together long enough for new tenants to arrive. When storms tear colonies open, a green bruise spreads across the fracture. The wound looks sick, it is also a tourniquet, until pink crusts arrive to mortar the break. Boring sponges etch skeleton into honeycomb, acids and chips turning coral heads to foam. The head slumps, breaks and collapses into rubble that the city will reassemble. From above, vandalism. From below, the first step in renovation. New cavities host shrimps and blennies. Tiny chambers magnify surface for microbes. Labyrinths confuse pressure. Destruction sketches scaffolding. Collapse writes corridors. The saboteur becomes the next architect. Walk the rubble and see proofs. Worm casings cemented into beads. Tubes stacked like neighborhoods. Shells pinned in place with threads of calcareous glue. Each bead is a decision. Each tube is a vote for continued use. Engineering here is crowdsourced and revised by the tide. What a mason does with mortar, worms do with patience. What a planner draws in pencil, clams trace with acid. The blueprint lives in mouths, spines, gills and is rewritten every meal. At night the wall seems to breathe. Tiny fans whip, bristles comb, siphons flex. Scarlet crowns bloom and close like punctuation along sentences of stone. Building and unbuilding are the same hand. If the city kept all it made, it would suffocate. If it lost all it surrendered, it would vanish. The solution is swing. Walls are instruments played by mouths. Floors are drums tuned by feet. Ceilings are edited by drills. In that music the city keeps time with the tide. So the walls breathe, and the kingdom survives its revisions. The city survives by allowing itself to be taken apart. This covenant keeps breath in the walls. Every builder tolerates an editor, and every editor leaves enough for the next foundation. Dawn begins with rasping mouths. Midnight ends with drills. Scouring is not loss, it is the blueprint. The reef prizes circulation, light through gaps, water through pores, calcium from bone to sand and back to bone. Parrotfish write the first draft each morning, lowering ridges, grown too proud, thinning crusts that stole sun from the young. Urchins proofread margins by night, trimming fuzz wherever it returns. Snails catch the typos, films and filaments no one else noticed, while limpets stamp signatures, at home scars and enforce clear lanes. Sponges revise whole chapters, diverting flow into rooms where hardly any mouth could feed, then nourishing microbes that pay the city back in quiet coin. The draft is always in pencil. When storm comes, the editor grows stern. Plates snap at designed seams so cores endure. Branches break into pieces, already prepared to start again. Buttresses carry force downward and away, until the blow reads like weather rather than verdict. Rubble pours into low places, and becomes a library of small rooms. Morning brings janitors, surveyors, pink ink and revisions. Not restoration, but a rephrasing that honors what held and retires what failed. Predators edit as well. Sharks write distance into the text, tightening shoals so grazers cannot linger where mouths need rest. Turtles erase swaths of sponge and soft coral, clearing windows where plates can drink sun again. Rays lift sentences of sand and drop them elsewhere, redistributing punctuation into commas of shelter and periods of lee. Authority is exercised by pattern. The editor is not a person, it is a rhythm shared among hands, fins and unblinking eyes. On calm days the covenant hides behind color. You see abundance and think the work is paused. It is not. Mucus sheds to shrug off silt. Cilia broom tiny alleys. Polyps trade sugar for limestone, and lay another wafer of wall. A shrimpling shifts a pebble, that changes a boundary, that redirects a draft, that keeps a mouth alive by 1/8 of a breath. Small acts reconcile the books. Numbers change where only inhabitants can see. Sometimes the covenant breaks. Heat lengthens light into weight, and the partnership between coral and algae frays. Bleached walls glow with absence. Then every editor becomes a surgeon. Gardeners cut away fuzz so the few living mouths can see sun. Shaded pockets hide embers. Flow is redirected. Feeding deepens into night. If relief arrives, the city relearns its script, repopulates pages with symbionts, reopens rooms that had closed. If relief does not, the manuscript becomes dust and waits to be bound again as beach. Walk a finger across a colony and feel the story smooth where new sentences were laid, granular where bioodors whispered under the surface, slick where mucus sloved, pitted where sweepers stung a rival, and 1 centimeters of margin. Every texture is a clause in the covenant, every scar a footnote showing who paid. Beauty is not decoration, it is the appearance of debts being paid on time. The lesson is not delicate. A reef that stops being edited dies of success. A reef edited without restraint dissolves into noise. Between those errors lies the narrow channel, where kingdoms persist, maintained by mouths that grind, drills that perforate, currents that haul, and architects, laying stone while pencil marks of revision dry. Listen to the raft, the snap, the hush. That is governance here, practiced until limestone behaves like living skin. Today, the first fortress falls from the surface, not by design but by failure, and the sea receives it without surprise. A hull gives up its air, a keel finds silt, and a heavy outline settles where only fish knew the way. Rivets cool to the temperature of water. Paint loosens into chalk, then into pasture, for the first slippery films of life. The ship, which once divided oceans with wake and noise, becomes a quiet object, a blank noun the current conjugates into habitat. Flow learns the new shape immediately, laying soft hands along plates and ribs, printing eddies that dust the fresh metal with seed. Shadows arrive before tenants do, writing blueprints over decks and alleys, where light will be rationed and shelter will be dear. Holes where bolts once held become keyholes for fishes that never knew doors. Corridors turn into lanes, steps into ledges, and the bridge becomes a balcony for hunters that prefer angles to chance. Where paint peels, microtextures appear, just enough for larvae to grip when the surge tests their courage. Mussels lay drifts along seams. Barnacles found little republics. Sponges claim gloomy rooms and begin pumping their patient lungs, clarifying and flavoring the water. The pistol shrimp arrives as signature, snapping thunder in miniature that stamps the wreck into the reef's wider sound. Rust blossoms like a slow flower. Iron feeds orange films that creep along welds, while wood swells and opens its grain into tiny riverbeds for silt and seed. Chains sink until only loops show, each loop a frame where anemones wave steady banners. Brass freckles, rope unthreads into nests, glass turns to milk. The ship's language loosens from its bolts and joins the current. Names fade, numbers slow. The sea edits speech into texture, and texture into invitation. Predators learn the map first. Groupers adopt doorways, and wait with the patience of statues. Barracudas hang in shafts where daylight falls like pale ladders, keeping the corridors orderly with an administrator's stare. Turtles scrape shells along ribs, shedding old film the way a city removes scaffolding. Schools find the lee behind the funnel, and drill there, rehearsing turns that will one day save lives on the slope. Storms test the conversion, hurling surges that rattle plates and shake the spine. Rails give, rooms cave, and the ship grows more reef-like as it breaks. Collapse is not an ending, it is refinement. Flat decks tilt to catch light at better angles, beams fall and prop new caverns, sand piles in the lee of torn walls forming courtyards where young corals can risk beginnings. From above, the outline becomes less story and more structure, a grammar of edges the reef can read. Time finishes what blueprints cannot. The metallic taste fades. Fish that once preferred natural headlands now include this ruin in their patrols without hesitation. By night the place is indistinguishable from older masonry, except where a few corners still remember right angles in their sleep. Soon even that memory softens. What fell as failure rises as bastion. The ship did not end, it translated, its iron syllables becoming limestone sentences, grain by patient grain, until the reef speaks through it without an accent. When a living tower dies, the ocean does not close the book. It folds the page and keeps reading aloud. A head bleaches, starves and skin peels away, until the skeleton stands without its choir of mouths, pale and intricate as frost. Storms discover the weakness first. Plates shatter along old fault lines, branches splinter into fist-sized clubs, and the crown slumps to the terrace below. With a sigh the water translates into dust. What looks like ruin to us is invitation in the reef's grammar. Edges multiply, surfaces roughen, and every new angle becomes a sentence the current can understand. Urchins test lanes with slow wheels of spine and foot, and their chalky signatures begin the caretaking that follows failure. Rubble reefs are patient fortresses, assembled by error and curated by flow. Coralline, algae paint the fragments pink, gluing chips to slabs and slabs to ledges with mortar that tastes like iron and snow. Worms thread the breaks with tubes that later stiffen the whole. Each step is minor, the sum is architecture. Even bacteria cast ballots, seeding the stones with scents that tell drifting larvae, this address is trustworthy. The first garrisons are shy. Blennies vault between stones like commas, punctuating silence with quick corrections. Gobies take doorways no bigger than a thumbnail and rename them homes. Pistol shrimp claim cellars, snapping them into law. The pop is both thunder and deed. At night, octopuses taste the new neighborhood with their skins, mapping entries and exits, testing stones for secrets. By day, juvenile parrotfish file along the lee, practicing the rasp that will someday turn walls into beaches. Each tenant arrives with a tool that changes the sentence, and the paragraph strengthens by addition and loss. Fallen forests of branching coral reinvent themselves as hedges against force. The tangle slows surge the way brush breaks wind, reducing blows into readable phrases. Fish in silver uniforms hold formation behind the wreckage, finding lee from arrows they cannot see. Even predators relax around the clutter. Groupers occupy corners of shadow calibrated by accident, and their patience renders the lanes civilized. A reef without rubble is a city without alleys. Breath has nowhere to hide, and stories have nowhere to turn. Where death fell hardest, hope acquires the best addresses. On the underside of tilted plates, where light is rationed and sediment passes like indifferent weather, larvae bind and survive. Their first months are a quiet algebra of trade, sugar for stone, risk for room. The rubble's geometry favors small beginnings, defending them from the blunt democracy of waves that would erase a flat. As the colony strengthens, its skeleton stitches the fragments together, tightening the ruin into a single intent. One mouth becomes many, many mouths become wall, pilings and deadheads extend the lesson. Old pier legs, crusted with barnacles and skirts of oysters, throw down comms that organize the tide. Their rotting cores provide tannin and shade. Their skins harbor cities that feed the flats. Mangrove roots reach into brackish alleys, offering elbows where seedlings of stone can rest. The forest and the reef shake hands, their fingerprints exchanging silt and larvae like letters. All the while, the old head sinks, settling by millimeters until sand accepts its weight. Each storm revises the paragraph, a slab here, a wedge there, a window cut by an urgent urchin. When finally the rubble field reads as stable, the pink deepens, the films darken, and little mouths appear like stars at dusk. What fell now shelters, what shattered now disciplines the flow, what broke apart now keeps the city from breaking. The fortress did not arrive with banners, It grew from grit and patience, a republic of fragments sworn to hold. Listen then. Not every fortress falls by accident. Some are lowered gently, surrendered to the sea by hands that have learned humility from storms. A barge tips concrete pyramids overboard, and they ring like dull bells as they find the bottom. Reef balls settle beside retired culverts, statues with blind eyes, and platforms stripped to clean bones. The water approves immediately, printing soft shadows and drafting maps of flow across the new relief. Silt lifts, turns and resettles in patterns that look like breath. By night, plankton skims the ribs and eddies, touching, glowing, signaling that the current has found places worth lingering. An airplane lies nearby, delivered carefully after its last sky. Wings give the slope something it needed. Broad ceilings that fold surge into ribbons, and open hangars where schools can rest without losing formation. Bolts that once held pressure at altitude now hold new parliaments of shell. Aluminum scuffs into a texture larval feet can understand. In a season, a film grows over nays and struts. In 2 seasons, the film becomes turf. In 3, stone begins where metal ends. Thin veneers of life mortaring the old machinery to the seafloor. The fuselage is no longer a fuselage. It is a sentence with different nouns. Arch, tunnel, terrace, porch. Artificial reefs do not imitate the reef. They confess a lack and invite correction. They offer height and void, shade and roughness, nothing more. The ocean provides the rest. Sound, scent, films, spores, grazers, and the long patience of mouths that turn novelty into neighborhood. When they work, they are not decorations but scaffolds that hand the city another level. It could not have built fast enough alone. When they fail, they drift, bury, or starve, and the sea edits them back into anonymity. The difference is often nothing glamorous. A few extra holes for pressure to pass, a surface roughness measured in millimeters, an angle that spares mouths from sand. Good intentions are not blueprints. Hydrodynamics is the law. Elsewhere, an old bridge has been cut from a river mouth and sunk where the forereef needed a shoulder. Pylons drop like pillars into the blue, an open colonnade that teaches current to kneel and stand in alternating rooms. Gorgonians take the windward faces and learn to speak the water's language with their fingers. Sponges hang their lungs in the lee and pump the rooms clean. Groupers legislate doorways, snap a file like citizens between arches at dawn and dusk. At night the columns ring with the small artillery of shrimp and the velvet footfalls of octopus. Sometimes fallen cities meet living ones. Blocky stones from a collapsed jetty tumble seaward and pin themselves on a terrace of drowned coral. Then the edges learn each other's names, and the driftway between them turns from sand to neighborhood. Rubble binds to rebar, coral plates weld themselves to concrete with pink signatures, and the seam becomes a style. A year later the line is hard to find, unless you know where to look. Nothing here is wasted if it can host breath. A tire is useless. A holy stone is a cathedral. Smooth metal ignores mouths. Etched metal forgives them. Trees fallen from floods, their roots holding pockets of air, flip and pin themselves in channels. Mussels sew them down until they serve as bridges for troops with fins. Mangrove brackets stretch like scaffolds, a rehearsal for pillars in deeper blue. Hands began some of these shapes, but the sea owns the authorship by the second tide. Names dissolve, and function remains. The measure is simple. Can life practice safety here, and can hunger practice restraint? If yes, the fallen has become fortress. If not, the sea keeps editing, sand sharpens its eraser, and the blueprint waits for a better line. Listen then. Time gives the fallen a voice, and the voice grows louder until even the waves repeat its grammar. At first the ruin is a novelty, a landmark for patrols, and a rumor for drifters, riding dusk along the slope. Months pass, and the novelty turns to address. The address becomes a quarter with alleys, porches, courtyards, and rules. Schools learn to turn where ribs cast predictable shadows. Cleaning stations open along edges, where predators feel safest pausing. By the year's second heat, the structure has disappeared into function. Only angles betray the origin to eyes that remember tools. Ghost reefs take the lesson deeper. Dead heads stand like monuments, their surfaces pocked by worms and softened by sponges, until a fingertip can press chalk from bone. Cracks hold catalogues of youth, squads of cardinal fish nestle under lips, shrimp stack pebbles into doors, brittle stars comb dust from ceilings. Every hollow, once disappointment, is now utility. Where once a garden of mouths bloomed, the wall now serves as fortress for mouths that could not have survived in the open. The dead city becomes a university of tactics, teaching patience, shelter, and the mathematics of angle and delay. Elsewhere, the memory of walls persists only as sand, and even sand remembers. Bars migrate like slow animals across the lagoon, writing new maps each season. Behind them, calm basins collect, and in those bowls the seedlings of stone take their first breaths with less fear. Islands rise from these drifts, narrow as a path, then broad as a story. Coconuts find a place to sleep. Birds leave signatures that burn into soil. The ziggurat of a future forest begins because parrotfish dreamed limestone into powder and trusted waves to place it. Architects chewed while saboteurs drilled, and the drift handled the ceremony with its gentle bureaucracy. Human memory overlaps the seas. We drop hulls, pyramids, statues, and we also retrieve them when storms rearrange our confidence. The conversation is clumsy and learning. Sometimes we place too shallow, and surge throws our offerings back onto daylight. Sometimes too deep, and silence wins because light cannot pay the rent. With time, designs improve, surfaces roughened properly, cavities sized for shyness, corridors cut where currents carry food, but not sand. After several winters, the best of these gifts are indistinguishable from accidents. Fish refuse to care who signed the plans. They judge by shade, by flow, by the promise of an exit exactly where a heartbeat will need it. The final translation is spiritual, as much as structural. A wreck that frightened divers in its first month now calms them. A rubble field once called damage now reads as protection. Perspective accepts the kingdom's method, unbuilding to build, scattering to gather, erasing to write more clearly. Every fortress we admire contains inventories of loss. Limestone's patience is financed by breakage, and the sea keeps immaculate books. If you drift long enough over these places, the categories blur. Ship, stone, bridge, plate, branch. They all become rooms, then neighborhoods, then habits for breath. The mind relaxes into function, the way the water does. The fallen is no longer a paragraph about failure. It is a preface to shelter. The fortress is not a monument. It is a promise that hunger and fear can negotiate without ending everything. Tomorrow the tide will edit again. A window will open. A jaw will learn a new corner, and the kingdom will continue, converting defeat into architecture, until even the quiet knows how to hold. Listen then. The first alarm is brightness, when none belongs. Walls turn ghost pale, at noon, not from light, but from absence. The partners inside them departing, like workers, leaving a city mid-shift. The skin remains, the color vanishes. The rooms continue breathing, yet thinner, quieter, as if the choir forgot its notes. Heat is not dramatic here. It is a soft insistence that stretches across days, a weight that presses the partnership between coral and algae until the threads fray and slip. Mouths open wider by night, reaching into plankton storms to balance the loss. By day they withdraw, conserving, saving breath as a miser counts coins in a shuttered shop. Bleaching looks clean, but it dirties everything. Algae riot in patches where mouths falter, spreading velvet blankets that steal the remaining light. Gardeners hurry their patrols, cropping fuzz so the weakened can still sip the sun. A reef under heat becomes a clinic. Every hour a triage of shade, flow, and gentler hands. Symbiosis is a marriage under oath of temperature, and the oath wavers. Some colonies hold their partners through gritted silence. Others let go, because holding would kill them faster. From above, both look beautiful. From within, one is a ledger balanced by sacrifice, and the other a bill come due. Shade turns into medicine. Overhangs nurse pockets of color. Clouds, when they finally walk the sky, are not weather, they are reprieve. A single afternoon of softened light buys a night of strength. Some colonies keep embers in their folds and remember how to host their partners again when the water loosens its grip. Others fail. Their brightness becomes chalk. Sound changes over those rooms. The crackle thins, and the choir of fish keeps distance, as if respect were part of the treaty. The city marks the address and waits. On the rim of loss, tiny mouths test the air of water and decide whether to continue. Disease follows heat the way carrion follows battle. Tissue peels in marching bands. Edges raw and sudden white racing across color like frost at dawn. Worms and snails arrive not as villains, but as undertakers, cleaning what cannot be saved. The city refuses panic. Shading turf thrives for a breath, and is pulled back by mouths that refuse to surrender a window of light. The current carries the rumor farther than the wound, and neighbors brace. Some houses survive by changing themselves. Their microbes reshuffle. The smell of the water shifts in ways we do not yet read, and the colony steadies, then feeds, then grows. Others accept quiet exit, collapsing inward without spectacle. A week later, a thin green bruise spreads across the bone, as algae within the skeleton take hold, a tourniquet against total collapse. Soon, if luck holds, a spray of new mouths pricks the rim, and begins again the old exchange of light for stone. The dead center remains, a pale reminder encircled by hope like a wreath. The city records every crisis in architecture. Plates thicken along margins that held. Domes squat lower, where summers taught humility. Branches surge where breezes kept cool. Relief roots are carved into walls by mouths that learned which corridors survive. The map after plague is not the map before. Victory does not look triumphant. It looks like modesty. The brightness gone, the color returned but quieter. The colony smaller and wiser about its own shape. From within, every breath acknowledges the rooms that did not reopen. Empires are built of survivors, and the debts they carry forward. The kingdoms endure because they husband light and share shade, rationing growth where heat lingers longest. Plague is not a single enemy, it is a season of questions. The answers are written wall by wall, mouth by mouth, in the slow handwriting of limestone that refuses to stop speaking. The crown arrives quietly, as many tyrannies do. It is not metal but flesh, a star with too many arms, each armored in venomous spines that glitter like wet glass. Where it touches, color drains in scalloped crescents, a traveling bite that leaves only bone. Crown of thorns haul themselves over walls, like siege engines, their tube feet working in waves, hundreds of tiny hands pressing forward with tireless conviction. They do not race, they occupy. The city understands this enemy, patient, thorough, indifferent to spectacle. The crown's mouth is a white flower that opens against living tissue, dissolving flesh into soup, and swallowing the city a page at a time. Outbreaks begin upstream, long before the star touches stone. Rains fatten rivers. Rivers carry silt and nutrient. Plankton blooms. Larvae float through this feast, and survive in numbers. The reef cannot absorb. Months later, when the small stars settle, the slope acquires a new constellation, whose light is hunger. They grow on algal films until their bodies learn the taste of coral, then march. Clean edges remain, as if a careful mason scraped the wool, but the mason returns nightly. Even resilient species, plated and thick, lose acreage to the mouths that do not sleep. Defense is personal. Thick skins resist for a while. Sweeper tentacles sear exposed arms. Shrimp nip at tube feet. Damn selfish harry flanks because farms are at stake. Yet the crown ignores insults the way rain ignores roofs. Its spines carry toxins sharp enough to make jaws remember. Predators exist. Giant tritons that pry, pufferfish that bite. Certain races that learn boldness. But they are few. Where crowns multiply beyond the courage of hunters, citizens change schedules. Cleaning stations open earlier. Gardeners graze harder. Nights extend. Even the sharks adjust patrols, herding schools away from fresh scars where ambush might feel easy. The reef shifts to a war footing, not with horns but with allocation. Guard light. Defend traffic. Keep order so panic does not write larger ruin. People sometimes arrive with sacks and hooks, collecting stars until the decks smell of iodine and defeat. Boats load, return, reload. The slope brightens wherever the hands are thorough, and then, after rains elsewhere, darkens again. The crown's strength is arithmetic, not heroics. Larvae outnumber intentions, drift outpaces doctrine. The reef does not plead, it plans. Where plates were stunning but vulnerable, rubble and hedges will be tolerated, buying turbulence and shade that slow the glide of stars. Where boulders endure, alleys tighten. Nursery thickets sprout in the lee of scars because mouths and hands decided to make disorder expensive for anything that wants a clear road. No tyrant rules forever. Star populations crash without fanfare. When food thins, when diseases whisper through arms, when predators gather courage in numbers again. Spawning nights pass like storms, clouded water, pale grains rising, the slope breathing faster, and then quiet. Survivors shrink back into crevices and wait out lean months on algae and patience. Coral returns the way dunes return after wind, first as paint, then as points, then as rooms with doors where yesterday there were only proofs of absence. Not as it was, but as it can be, after knowing the crown. Other courtiers continue their nibbling snails, with elegant shells that rasp in spirals, worms that harvest at edges, butterfly fish with manners thin as paper. Each is a risk the city tolerates, because diversity keeps any single appetite from becoming law. Crowns threaten law. Their famine dressed as abundance can turn a kingdom into pasture. To endure such seasons, the reef writes new etiquette into stone, more texture, more corners, more places where a slow machine with many hands tires and moves on. The crown teaches by taking too much. The city survives by refusing to present a flat table again. Plagues wear many colors here, none of them banners. A dark ribbon crawls over living stone, a rolling band of rot that smells faintly of metal if you could bring your face that close. Beneath the ribbon, tissue liquefies. Behind it, skeleton glows. Elsewhere the wound is the opposite. A clean white line racing ahead of meaning, tissues detaching as if unstitched by invisible hands. In other corners blotches bloom, lesions widen, and the city appears moth-eaten, where last week it sang. These are not myths but processes, armies of bacteria and cyanobacteria, and opportunists that follow heat, stress, and chance into rooms already tired from holding. They travel along edges, love still water, and move fastest where shade is wrong and breath is thin. The reef answers with rules written in behavior. Clean flow is prized. Choked corners are opened by patient mouths that chew, by garden crews that sweep, by sponges that pump whole courtyards clear. Fish avoid ill walls, the way a town avoids a house with curtains closed at noon. The city reorganizes traffic, so predators do not spread ruin while patrolling. Even the janitors learn new loops, spending nights on scar lines to flick away films before they thicken into siege. It is a choreography of restraint, a rationing of contact, that keeps breath from becoming a vehicle for loss. Vectors exist. Tiny snails carry trouble in pretty shells. Yet the city refuses to ban movement. It redesigns the street. Where a corridor promotes stagnation, the floor is lowered by mouths until flow returns. Where thickets trap silt, hedges are thinned by sudden appetite. Scavengers strip corpses with the brisk efficiency of undertakers who know the living cannot afford sentiment. The reef's sanitation department is not centralized. It is everyone with a mouth and a reason to keep tomorrow possible. Not every defense is hygiene. Some colonies throw chemical veils over themselves, shrouds of mucus that peel away with the film of infection as though a snake were leaving its paper behind. Some cultivate sterner microbes in their skins, partners who arrive with teeth too small to see and reputations large enough to matter. Others hide in light choices, tilting plates to capture less of the noon that hurt them last season, and more of the sidelight that kept them sane. Architecture tightens. Open plazas grow fewer. Pillared rooms multiply. The reef does not become austere because it forgets beauty. It becomes austere because it remembers how beauty was punished. People think of plague as a storm. Rules shift. Clauses shorten. Adjectives are rationed. A colony that once poured ornament into extra branches now writes plain sentences and spends the saved sugar on repairs. The city gets legible, streets align with wind. The result is not dull, it is survivable. When the water cools, the punctuation loosens again, and students of stone resume their flourishes. But the memory stays, new ornament is drawn over scar tissue, and the old sentence structure waits in the blueprint should heat return. The end of a plague is quieter than its beginning. No cheer, no parade, only the return of ordinary sounds, the steady rasp of parrotfish, the comfortable thunder of shrimp, the polite murmurs of schools folding and unfolding above the streets. White shrinks at the edges, dark bands sputter, lesions hesitate. Pink arrives like a blessing that refuses speeches. Later hunters risk loitering again in alleys that smell healthy. The city does not celebrate, it inventories. Which rooms survived? Which corridors kept order? Which habits of restraint must be kept in pocket against the next season? Plague does not end history, it edits it. The kingdom memorizes the edits and breathes. Crowns and plagues are not interruptions. They are teachers with hard lessons and poor bedside manners. After a season of loss, the reef looks thinner and older, yet more deliberate. Ornate scripts are replaced by plain hands. Towers that chased light recklessly now hold their shoulders low, accepting the grammar of weather. You could call it caution, the city calls it memory. Every surviving wall keeps a ledger of what endured, and every new mouth invests where that ledger says returns will come. Space opens, not because ambition slackened, but because the city learned to make rooms for wind and tide to pass without taking everything. In this quieter architecture, surprising victories appear. After a plague, cleaning crews multiply, as if the city hired more hands while mourning. Sponges increase their pumping until courtyards taste clearer than they did in youth. Gorgonians raise their fans like notices in public squares, reading the water and reporting its moods. The reef is not recovering alone, it is recruiting. Even storms assist, toppling plates that created windless pockets, and turning them into porches where flow can negotiate again. Loss uncrowds. Uncrowding lets breath return. Breath sponsors patience. Patience buys stone. Crowns recede for reasons the city does not publish. Hunger thins their legions. Diseases whisper among arms. Predators, remember courage. The Triton's trumpet sounds more often along the terraces, and the slow pry of a large gastropod writes new silences over star-scored courtyards. Where people intervene, they learn to work with arithmetic, not against it, removing many, often across months. So the equation can finally lean toward light. Yet even after success, the reef does not restore what was, it edits. Boulders persist, hedgerows thicken. Flat plates that once dazzled remain fewer, and the spaces between structures read as intentional pauses rather than gaps. The city dresses its scars with function, and refuses to apologize for the seam. Diseases, too, leave customs. Doorways widen where quarantines began by instinct. Corridors align with prevailing swells. Gardens shrink to patches that a single sentry can defend. Cleaning stations occupy corners with better visibility for anxious patrons. The reef files these changes under common sense. To an eye trained for spectacle, prudence will look like loss. To an eye that counts winters, prudence is grace. A choreography that spends fewer bodies to achieve the same day. The lesson does not erase wonder. Night still brings lanterns of plankton singing in sparks. Dawn still paints the crest in gold. Parrotfish still pour beaches from their calm mills. But now the city hums in a lower key. It leaves room for failure to be absorbed without collapse. It recognizes the speed of rumor, and builds corners that calm it. It remembers that allies cheat, and still keeps the treaty, because the treaty, however flawed, keeps order. Crowns will come again, and plagues will revisit. The kingdom does not pretend otherwise. It writes its hope in architecture and routine, not in speeches. If you drift above these places after such a season, you will not hear triumph. You will hear work measured, methodical, merciful to the young. You will see scars dressed in pink and patience. You will notice shadows where once there were only ornaments. And if you listen long enough, you will hear the city's version of a blessing. Not that harm will never come, but that harm will arrive to a place prepared to learn again. This is how kingdoms keep their crowns, by polishing their losses into tools, by wearing prudence like a jewel no thief can sell, by breathing in the tempo that outlasts disaster. The ceremony is quiet, and the doors stay open for light. The sea raises its children, on rumor and rhythm. After nights when the water turns to milk and game eats rise like pale weather, the open ocean inherits a cradle of beginnings. Fertilized beads lengthen into ciliated planulae, each the size of a thought, each with a small purse of fat and a compass stitched from light, gravity, and sound. They ride the first hours upward, tasting the moon along the surface film before daylight persuades them to sink. First lesson: climb with dark, fall with light, hide when the sky brightens, feed when night lets plankton bloom. Cilia drum, oil droplets, shift like ballast. A minute crystal in a minute ear tells them which way is down. Currents adopt them without names. Eddies collect small nations and ferry them along corridors, smuggling future walls from headland to headland. Windrows seam the sea and gather companions, sargassum, feathers, transparent jellies, a seed's worth of cities. Predators take their tax, combs of ctenophores, coils of medusae, mouths that are sudden circles in the dark. Enough survive. They climb and fall with the sun, becoming shadows of day and confetti of night, reading tide through pressure alone. The ocean is a library, and they are born literate. They hear the coast long before they see it. The crackle of pistol shrimp is a grid. The bass of fish choruses is distance. Even the hush of surge over shallow terraces carries grammar, promising shelter in syllables of pressure. They taste the water, tannin from mangroves, chalk from broken reef, faint metal from rain. They test light, preferring filtered glow under ledges to the blunt noon that erases detail. They sample films on drifting grains and reject the wrong ones. Some carry symbionts from parents, little suns folded into soft rooms. Others travel empty, invite partners from the water when they land, and choose carefully, because heat lives even in creatures without maps or words. At the edge of a reef, the current becomes rumor of rooms. Shadows appear patterned like language. Vortices repeat every set. Smells sharpen into addresses. The orphan drifts lower until sand lifts in puffs beneath its passing, and the bright snow of plankton looks like weather too big for a small mouth. It hides from brief jaws, follows walls that quiet the surge, folds and unfolds its cilia, rehearsing the unheard verb of staying. Decisions gather like clouds. Choice begins with touch. The lava brushes a crust of pink coralline paint that says the neighborhood is maintained, and lingers. Bacterial perfumes rise from stone, announcing a clean address. Mucus threads spell danger. Turf films spell hunger. The orphan pivots away from both. On a grain tucked under a lip it stops. Adhesives bloom in its skin and fix it to the world. Inside, genes change gears. The soft boat becomes a mason. A foot appears. Tentacles bud like whispers. Nematocysts load their springs. Calcium gathers into order, and the first cup of stone hardens around a mouth that did not exist at dawn. Night helps. The new polyp drinks plankton, while the current combs its tentacles into counting. If it arrived empty of partners, it now accepts them, admitting tiny algae into rooms behind its windows. Rent is sugar, protection is shelter. By morning the cup is taller by the thickness of a breath, and fatigue has a sweetness that feels like belonging. The orphan's ear for the city becomes a voice. It adds a vowel of limestone to the chorus and waits for sisters to find the same address. What was rumor is now doorway. What was drift is now home, at last. Recruits arrive like rain you can see, specks that become history when they choose a door and do not let go. They do not fall evenly. A corner in calm collects a family. A ledge in surge remains a rumor for months. Neighborhoods form around angles, around the grammar of flow. On walls that face the prevailing set, settlers prefer the lee just below a lip, where grit passes and light softens. In dim hallways, they choose the place that hears shrimp but not thunder. Their decisions are small and exact. The future of rooms depends on inches. Coralline crusts preside like city clerks, issuing permits by pigment and texture. A roughness measured in grains becomes a covenant. A bacterial perfume becomes a signature. Where the paint is wrong, settlers keep drifting, even if the address looks perfect to eyes that do not speak microbe. Meanwhile, the gardeners maintain the terms. Urchins erase the velvet that would suffocate infants. Snails polish films to transparency. Grazers write clear circles into the fuzz. Tiny plazas where a new mouth can test the sun. Without the maintenance crews, the nursery locks its doors. Where their spines and teeth pass daily, settlement returns. Predation tests these rooms immediately. Worms rasp new mouths into silence. Butterfly fish pluck the bold. Crabs tip pebbles to expose the shy. Survival looks like humility. Recruits that tuck into shadows accept thin light and spend sugar on bone before ornament. They grow cup by cautious cup, learning to feed on nights that do not roar. In their skin, algae multiply and pay rent on time. In their skeletons, lines thicken where swell reads them hardest. The first season writes accent into stone. Even the brief shade of a turtle grants seconds that add up to seasons of survival. Some victories happen sideways. Neighboring siblings fuse, their tissues joining until two small rooms share a single wall and budget. Chimeras form, mosaics of many beginnings pretending to be one. The reef tolerates this compromise because it buys scale, larger mouths, thicker walls, quicker relief from accidents. Mergers fail when lineage argues over ownership, but often they hold, and the hybrid writes a stronger sentence than either founder alone. Joined, they redirect flow, split grit, and present fewer vulnerable edges to mouths that test everything. Their union is not romance. It is logistics written in flesh. Elsewhere, the choice is to wait. Larvae that land in shade bide their time, holding tiny workshops under ledges while heat passes. They feed more at night, close more by noon, and deposit lace instead of towers. They do not impress. They endure. When a storm removes the cloak of turf that starved a corridor, they step forward as if they had practiced the move for months. Growth is an ambush delivered in millimeters, sprung exactly when conditions fold from hostile to kind. When light returns, they widen their cups like quiet hands, catching seconds others waste, turning patience into architecture. Recruitment is not a single night. It is a season of auditions. The reef listens and selects, keeping what holds the tune of place. Those that mistake the key are erased with the softness of erosion and the clarity of hunger. By the next moon, the quarter looks different. Dots where there were none. Lines where there were dots, a whisper of alleys where there used to be noise. And in the very smallest rooms the music begins, sugar into stone, stone into breath, breath into the next stillness of the tide. By dawn the pulse is steadier, neighbors already answering each other in low voices. The great rehearsals happen on nights the water feels older than usual, when heat, moon, and tide sign the same page. Colonies lift their mouths and release confetti that is not confetti. Bundles of egg and sperm rising like pale lanterns, drifting upward as if remembering the sky. A minute later, every neighboring wall repeats the gesture. Streets release their syllables, avenues their paragraphs, plazas their choruses, until the reef is a soft storm of beginnings. The ocean above thickens, a milky weather that sails down current and spells tomorrow. Between sets the temperature of meaning changes, as if the reef had inhaled and exhaled the sentence it wrote in limestone. Synchronous release is not spectacle for us, it is strategy for them. Predators cannot eat everything when everything arrives at once. Fish make festivals of the ascent, slicing through bundles like meteors. Worms bloom from nowhere. Jellies lift their bells into rich lanes and sip, yet arithmetic sides with stone. A fraction survives, and a fraction of a reef is enough to redraw the map. In hours the bundles break, cells meet, and a clear membrane shields the first fragile chemistry from salt and chance. The sea takes payment in glittering mouthfuls and still leaves enough to seed an empire. Timing is a literature of cues. Temperature holds steady for weeks the way a drum keeps time. Day length narrows to a memory of summer. The moon ascends to a chosen phase and lingers. Inside each colony, clocks made of light and protein count silently, and mouths keep still until the chosen minute. When the tide slackens and the current will carry children over friendly ground, the city speaks together. Even storms seem to wait a beat. When the first bundles lift, 1,000 clocks strike without sound. The reef does not guess. It keeps appointments held in tide tables older than charts. Up above, slicks form lines like handwriting across the sea. They gather debris, and the new embryos alike, stringing beginnings along the wind's direction. Feathers raft beside seed, the oils of broken bundles tint the surface. A faint sweetness drifts down like rumor. Far offshore the lines braid, cross, and resolve into corridors. To birds they are roads. To larvae, destiny written in oil and light. Wind presses them toward coasts, where eddies wait like open hands. At night the slicks glow faintly with plankton, stirred by flying feet and falling stars of spawn. A sky reversed onto water. Down below the city breathes differently, after release. Polyps close and rest, then open to feed, reclaiming strength spent in quiet generosity. Cleaner fish work overtime on patrons, bloated from the feast. Sharks patrol without urgency, dusting the streets with presence. So order does not fray, while citizens are distracted. In crevices, brooding species shift and release their fewer, heavier children, sending them into eddies already scented with home. The city cleans its altar after the ceremony, sweeping confetti into mouths that need it most, and repairing small frays in law. Order is the applause. Night after night, for a handful of tides, the ritual repeats along the slope, then subsides. The storm of beginnings thins into scattered weather. Those that were meant for distant kingdoms stay aloft. Those fated for nearby addresses sink. Some will ride gyres for weeks, learning the taste of rivers they will never see again. Some will drift no farther than a courtyard away, settling where their parents breathe. Both are strategies, both write strength onto the map. The city sleeps a little harder, knowing it has spoken its future aloud for a while. Not all orphans find doors. Some drift over deserts where reefs once sang, and now keep only the memory of a choir. The water there is clear and wrong, a silence that feels bright. Shrimp do not crackle. Fish do not murmur. The grammar of shelter has been erased. Larvae test the light, test the films, and find no signatures. They circle like careful thoughts, and finding only mirrors, keep moving. They will live on fat a few more days, then on luck, then on nothing at all. Between strong kingdoms, stepping stone reefs hold the map together. A terrace on one island, a pass on another, a chain of pinnacles caught between gyres. These small towns are the bridges that make empires possible. Their sound carries farther than their size. Larvae dropped by storms into their lee discover addresses that would not exist without these stones. And from there, in the next moon, ride again. Connectivity is not a slogan. It is a chain of breath that must not break two links in a row. Failure writes lessons the sea repeats softly. Where runoff has dimmed the light to pewter for months, settlement thins and then stops. Where heat kept clocks confused, release misaligns with currents. Babies speak to empty rooms and empty rooms do not answer. Where turf was allowed to thicken, nursery plazas closed. Where urchins were erased, the editors left and paper piled on the floor. The sea records causes without judgment, then asks them again next season. And yet, the triumphs feel ordinary from inside. A recruit lands in perfect shade, meets the right microbes, invites a patient son into its rooms, and spends sugar precisely. A week later, a sister joins, they fuse and widen. A month later, a grazer keeps their doorstep clean. A year later, a shadow from a passing turtle spares them the seconds that would have been final. No one frames the moment. The city only grows more legible, one clause at a time. When enough clauses gather, a sentence exists. That sentence pulls new listeners from miles away. Little ears tuned to crackle and choir. Sound returns first, then scent, then light remembers how to behave in rooms. Once there is a sentence, even a short one, the city can write a paragraph in a decade and a chapter in a lifetime. Connectivity tightens. Arrivals no longer feel like luck. Departures feel like diplomacy. The current remains the author and the thief. It carries heirs into ambush and refugees into safety. It braids children from different walls into one neighborhood, and then asks them to get along. Some will not. The blueprint can absorb both. The cost is paid in tiny failures, no ledger marks. Metamorphosis is a door that opens only when the lock and key agree. The lock is texture and chemistry, the key is readiness. Biofilms whisper instructions, coralline crusts sign in pink, even trace metals can tilt a decision. False cues exist, shadows that look like ledgers, perfumes that smell like welcome but mean decay. Larvae that choose badly, become brief brightness on a sand ripple, and then nothing, a sentence cut midword. Predators eavesdrop on the ceremony. Worms learn the hours when new mouths are soft. Fish remember which moon brings the rain of arrivals. This is not cruelty, it is arithmetic that keeps the nursery honest. A recruit that survives its first week has earned a quieter corner of attention, and the city, recognizing proof of competence, begins to invest around it. Gardeners visit more, janitors sweep closer, patrols linger, and patience. The battlefield is never silent, for the water itself carries the first weapon. Every surge is a charge, every backwash a retreat. Waves press against ramparts of limestone, their power bent and reshaped into corridors where soldiers wait unseen. Spur and groove ridges scatter the blow into channels, so no single wall must face the full assault. The reef does not oppose the ocean head-on. It diverts, disguises, redirects. Yet even diversion is war. The crests sacrifice themselves, breaking into rubble that rolls down the slope like fallen shields. That rubble settles, hardens, and becomes new battlements for future sieges. What the sea topples, the reef converts into architecture, turning disaster into design. Currents twist the battlefield into shifting fronts. On one flank, cold upwellings rise like reinforcements, carrying nutrients that feed polyps and strengthen the city's resolve. On another, warm eddies arrive like ambushes, draining energy and unsettling alliances. The water is never neutral, it is always armed. It carries spores, toxins, and rumors of battles fought miles away. It can ferry a plague as easily as it can deliver food. Each swirl is both supply line and threat. Each gust a reminder that soldiers here must fight battles chosen not by themselves, but by the tide. The reef learns strategy by listening. To resist directly is to be erased. To bend, to borrow, to weaponize the very force that threatens, that is survival. The coral kingdoms fight wars without moving, but their enemy never sleeps, and its weapon is the endless, patient weight of water. Storms are the artillery of the sea, bombardments launched from horizons where clouds march like armies. Their shells are waves that break not once, but 1,000 times, each blow heavy enough to splinter towers and scatter cities into dust. Yet even artillery becomes blueprint, and froffen wagen twisisi, dyn tiven to non sist in trays. Branching thickets are shattered deliberately, designed to sacrifice limbs, so that fragments may drift and colonize elsewhere. Flat plates snap where engineers expected, their fractures leaving cores intact. Domes spread the weight outward until they only bruise instead of break. Every scar is anticipated, every collapse a rehearsal written into architecture. When the bombardment ends, the field is chaos. Coral heads lie toppled, fish are scattered, sand has invaded alleys, and light cuts the water at new angles. For a human observer, it feels like defeat. For the reef, it is a reset. Rubble is not ruin, it is foundation. Into the cracks, recruits descend like infantry, larvae attaching to scars still raw from impact. Parrotfish return first, rasping edges into sand that will one day build shores. Urchins sweep the new stones clear of velvet, preparing fresh plazas for settlement. Sponges filter silt from courtyards, restoring the clarity soldiers need to feed. In weeks, the battlefield has already shifted from wreckage to reconstruction, the scars knitting into strategy. Storms do not end wars here, they change their shape, teaching the reef to fight with patience instead of pride. Sound itself is a weapon carried by the battlefield. Snapping shrimp fire their claws like rifles. the collapsing bubbles cracking louder than any predator's charge. The reef is never quiet. It crackles, pops, hums. Fish grunt, croak, and boom, their voices both threat and invitation. Groupers thunder in low calls that mark territory, while damn selfish click incessantly to warn intruders. Even the smallest soldier adds to the chorus, a soundscape so thick that larvae miles away follow it home like a hymn. Silence is defeat here. When plagues or overfishing dim the voices, the battlefield falls mute, and the orphans of the current drift past, finding no reason to land. Victory, in this theatre, is noise. Predators weaponize sound differently. Dolphins herd shoals with blasts of sonar, compressing their enemies into dense clouds before slicing through them. Reef sharks, though silent in motion, alter the soundscape by absence. Fish stop chorusing when shadows glide overhead, the hush itself declaring the predator's authority. The battlefield listens as much as it fights. Every soldier knows when to speak, when to fall quiet, when to use sound as lure or camouflage. The reef is a choir and an arsenal. Its hymns both law and sword. To float above it at night is to hear war-made music. Clicks like musket fire, rumbles like drums, snaps like cannon, all echoing through stone. The kingdom endures not only by feeding and fighting, but by refusing to be silent. Weapons of light and shadow are drawn each evening. As the sun falls, the reef dims into monochrome, and soldiers switch tactics. Day fighters retreat. Nocturnal hunters emerge with eyes widened to the moon. Bioluminescence flickers in their wake. Lanterns ignited across the battlefield. Some lights lure. Anglerfish dangle glowing bait that summons prey. Others defend. Startled plankton flash to confuse pursuers. Even corals wear armor of light, glowing faintly with proteins that shield them from the burn of day and disguise them at night. Shadow is no less powerful. Sharks glide as silhouettes, their outlines enough to fracture formations of fish. Rays flatten across sand, their dark backs merging with stone until sudden movement explodes in violence. Octopuses wield shadow as mastery, skin shifting from rubble to velvet to ghost. Each disguise a blade sharper than teeth. Light reveals, shadow deceives. Together they write the final layer of war across the battlefield, the duel that decides which soldier feeds and which soldier becomes foundation. The reef is never unarmed. Its kingdoms wield water as artillery, storms as sieges, sound as anthem, light as camouflage, shadow as blade. These are not weapons forged in iron, yet they are sharper, older, and more enduring than any sword carried by human hands. To witness them is to understand the coral battlefield is a war without end, fought in patience, chemistry, rhythm and silence, where every weapon is written into the sea itself. Night lowers its veil across the reef, and with it come soldiers no daylight eye can fully comprehend. The reef, already a battlefield of endless sieges, transforms under the dominion of hunters that rule through absence, through shadow and silence. Reef sharks arrive first, gliding into patrol with a casual authority that needs no announcement. They do not rush. They hover, their bodies cutting through currents with precision that looks effortless but is honed by centuries of instinct. Schools feel the change immediately. The shoals that had moved loosely, with space between bodies, now tighten into dense clusters. Each individual aligns to its neighbor until the mass becomes a single organism, each fish surrendering to the group's rhythm as the predator drifts past. The shark does not have to strike. Its presence alone is a blade that reshapes the battlefield, forcing smaller predators into cover and grazers into silence. Even the crackle of pistol shrimp dulls, as though the entire city lowers its volume in deference to the shadow drifting above. Fear itself is weapon here, a force as real as teeth. Where the shark glides, the current changes. Where it turns, corridors are abandoned. Its patrol is not one of constant hunger. It is a form of governance. By trimming excess, by culling the weak, the shark enforces balance. Though balance is never merciful, moray eels wield a different silence. They do not patrol openly. They wait in tunnels, their bodies wound through stone like coils of smoke. Their jaws open and close, a rhythm both eerie and inevitable, as if the act of breathing were a promise that violence will come. When prey passes too near, the strike is instantaneous. There is no chase, no warning. One moment the corridor is safe, the next it is claimed. To live among these lords of shadow is to live by maps drawn from memory. Fish know which crevices hold death, and still, sometimes memory fails. The eel adds another line to the reef's history, another scar to the story of patience rewarded. Octopuses are tacticians in the dark, their intelligence a weapon sharper than any tooth. They move like phantoms, their bodies shifting color, pattern and texture with each heartbeat. One moment rubble, the next velvet, then a ghostly pale blur before arms envelop the unlucky. Their camouflage is not only defense, it is ambush perfected, deception weaponized. With each successful strike, the battlefield is reminded that not all wars are fought with brute strength. Some are fought with trickery, with the art of becoming invisible, until violence is inevitable. The battlefield belongs to these lords not because they dominate through numbers, but because they master silence itself. They erase noise, erase certainty, erase the possibility of safety. Each shadow that passes might be a predator. Each silence might be the pause before jaws. The reef is as much theatre as it is war, and its rulers are not those who roar, but those who glide unseen. Their dominion is absolute yet fragile, for even they are bound by laws older than their hunger. Each too will fall silent one day, their bones feeding the very kingdoms they once ruled. The art of shadow is not exclusive to predators. Even the smallest soldiers wield camouflage as their shield and blade. Daytime brought explosions of color, fish painted in hues bright enough to confuse and distract. Night strips much of that brilliance away, but deception remains. Scorpion fish settle into rubble, their bodies mottled in perfect mimicry of stone. They are motionless, yet every muscle is poised. To prey, the scorpion fish is the reef itself, until the illusion breaks with a strike too fast to escape. It is not speed that kills, it is betrayal of trust. The battlefield rewards those who can trick their enemy into believing there is no battle at all. Flatfish bury themselves in sand, their eyes protruding like sentries while their bodies vanish beneath the grains. Their weapon is not pursuit, but patience. They wait until chance places a victim within reach, then explode upward in a blur of muscle and teeth. The victim never saw the floor move, it only realized too late that the earth itself was hungry. Camouflage here is not protection, it is offense disguised as serenity. Even corals wield disguise. By day they gleam with color, but some species cloak themselves at night in muted hues, blending into the landscape to evade grazers. Their polyps retract, turning vibrant colonies into stone-like surfaces, invisible until they choose to unfurl again. In the war of survival, even stillness becomes strategy. To seem lifeless is often the only way to live, but camouflage is more than visual. Some soldiers wield chemical invisibility. Certain fish mask their scent, confusing predators who hunt by trail rather than sight. Others produce mucus cocoons, thin shrouds that cloak their bodies from detection. Parrotfish sleep within such transparent tents, their scent hidden from prowling morays and sharks. The cocoon is a shield woven from their own bodies, a declaration that survival can be crafted from patience and secrecy rather than constant flight. Silence too becomes weapon. Many nocturnal hunters approach without a sound, their movements measured, deliberate, so that no ripple betrays them. Groupers stalk their prey in slow motion, striking only when escape is impossible. Rays bury beneath sand, vanishing from sight and sound alike until they burst forth with shocking violence. Even sound itself becomes part of the deception. Some predators release pulses or clicks that confuse prey into fleeing toward danger rather than away. The reef at night is not brighter, not louder. It is subtler, a battlefield fought through shadows, disguises and silences so deep they feel heavy. Every soldier must learn to be unreadable, to mask intention, to erase the signs of hunger until the last possible moment. The reef is theatre, the stage set by moonlight, the actors concealed until their roles demand revelation. And when the curtain of silence finally lifts, when the shadow strikes, when the stillness shatters, the lesson is always the same. Survival belongs not only to the strong but to the unseen. Silence is not absence here. it is order. The battlefield requires moments where nothing seems to happen, for that stillness is itself a strategy. Polyps extend their tentacles into currents that flow so quietly they seem motionless. Their feeding is nearly invisible, yet the strength it brings ensures survival through storms and sieges alike. Silence is their weapon against the chaos of predators and waves. They endure not by movement, but by stillness, harvesting without noise, without spectacle, without drawing attention to themselves. Crustaceans, too, rely on silence. Hermit crabs creep across the battlefield with shells that make them ghosts of their surroundings. Each step is careful, measured, as though the ground itself were moving imperceptibly. Their weapon is invisibility, the art of being mistaken for stone. They do not need speed, they need only patience. By the time they reach their prey, the battle is already won, for the prey never knew it was being approached. Silence protects as much as it attacks. Grazers feed in hushed precision, their mouths rasping softly at algae, so as not to alert larger hunters. Schools shift direction without a sound, their sudden turns a form of communication so subtle it appears telepathic. Even predators respect silence. Sharks glide with mouths closed, their presence written only in the flicker of a shadow. The battlefield is ruled not by constant violence, but by quiet patience. The loudest soldiers are often the weakest, drawing attention they cannot afford. There are those who weaponize silence against the very reef itself. Crown of thorns stars creep slowly across the battlefield, their spiny arms devouring coral in terrible quiet. No sound marks their passing, only scars remain. The reef may crackle and snap around them, but their siege is mute, relentless, impossible to ignore yet impossible to hear. Silence here is invasion itself, the enemy that enters unnoticed until it has already conquered. For those who listen, silence is never empty. It carries weight, carries intent, carries the shadow of danger not yet revealed. To float above the reef at night is to feel that pressure pressing against your skin, the sense that everything is waiting, everything is holding its breath before the next strike. This is not calm. This is the tension of a battlefield between assaults. The silence of the reef is the silence of war preparing its next move. The lords of shadow and silence hold dominion, but they are not immortal. Their reign is written in scars, and each scar is a promise that silence will break, shadow will falter, even predators grow weary. Even masters of camouflage can be betrayed by chance. The eel that waits too long meets a spear-snouted predator, willing to strike into the hole. The octopus that hides too well suffocates in its own disguise. The shark that rules the battlefield will one day falter, its movements slow, its presence no longer fearsome, and scavengers will claim its body as they claim every fallen soldier. The battlefield writes no exceptions. Every ruler becomes resource, every lord becomes foundation. The reef accepts their power while they hold it, but the contract is temporary. Authority here is not eternal, it is cyclical, borrowed from the ocean itself. Silence may be a weapon, but it can also be a weakness. Shadows protect until the moon shifts, until the tide turns, until a predator greater still arrives. The reef reminds even its rulers that they are only players in a theatre larger than themselves. Yet, while they reign, their power is undeniable. They shape the reef's rhythms, its silences, its fears. They remind every smaller soldier that survival is not only about strength, but about presence, about the ability to bend a battlefield with nothing more than a shadow. Their reign is a lesson written into limestone, that fear, silence and patience can rule as firmly as tooth and claw, and so the reef continues its war under the veil of night. Silence weighs heavy, shadows move with purpose, and unseen weapons carve the battlefield in ways that daylight will never fully reveal. The lords of shadow and silence do not roar, do not boast. They glide, they wait, they vanish, and in their absence the reef reshapes itself. Victory here is not celebrated, it is assumed, built into the very rhythm of tide and current. Their war is eternal, their theatre endless, their dominion fragile, yet absolute. Light is the most ancient weapon wielded on the battlefield of coral kingdoms. It is not gentle, not benign, though to our eyes it feels beautiful, refracted into blues and greens that shimmer like peace. Yet every soldier of the reef knows light as both lifeline and siege. The polyps draw their strength from tiny suns imprisoned within their flesh, algae partners that churn sugar from daylight and pay for shelter with energy. The arrangement is old, older than the reefs themselves, and it has written the architecture of empires across the ocean floor. But the partnership is fragile. Too much light burns, bleaching the very soldiers who depend upon it. Too little starves them into pale silence. The reef therefore builds walls and weapons out of shadow. Massive boulder corals squat low to shelter recruits from the merciless noon. Branching corals weave hedges that scatter light into countless shafts, offering rationed beams instead of overwhelming blaze. Flat plates tilt at precise angles, catching the sun with calculation rather than extravagance. Every shape is strategy, every line a defense against a weapon that never sleeps. To us it is color, to them it is war. Even in success, the siege of light takes its toll. Energy is poured into growth, but growth requires risk. Taller colonies win more sun, but they also expose themselves to storms, waves, and grazers. Shorter colonies endure but are shaded into silence. Light, like any tyrant, forces the city into hard choices: reach higher and risk death, or hunker low and risk obscurity. There is no middle path that lasts forever. At dawn, the first rays strike shallow ridges, awakening polyps like soldiers roused by trumpet. Their tentacles unfurl, their mouths open, and sugar begins its quiet march through limestone streets. By noon the siege is in full force, the sun striking overhead like a hammer. Heat builds, and the colonies retract, closing their mouths against the blaze, leaving themselves defenseless for hours, while the tyrant holds court. By dusk relief arrives, shadows lengthen, and soldiers emerge again, exhausted yet alive, ready to drink what remains of the softened glow. Every day is a campaign fought and survived, and every night is a truce that feels like mercy. The siege of light is not loud, not violent in appearance. It is subtle, patient, endless. It has written the reef's history longer than any predator, longer than any plague. Light both builds and destroys, crowns kings and erases them. Its brilliance feeds the kingdoms, but its excess punishes arrogance. The reef in all its beauty is nothing more and nothing less than the record of battles fought against the sun. The soldiers who wield light directly are not always obvious. Corals themselves fight with it, yes, but their allies, the tiny algae, are the true generals of this war. Each algal cell is a factory, producing sugars, oxygen, and color, all while trapped within the flesh of a host that can turn on them when the balance falters. In times of peace, the partnership is harmonious. Algae provide the energy that allows corals to build walls taller than any tide, spreading empires across the seafloor. But in times of stress, the alliance crumbles. The host expels the algae, casting them out into the water like deserters. The coral glows pale, skeletal, vulnerable, its once mighty army of color reduced to ghostly silence. This expulsion is not treachery, it is desperation. By shedding their partners, corals try to save themselves from overheating, to stave off death by discarding life. Some succeed, others fail, their skeletons added to the battlefield as ruins. The siege of light demands constant loyalty, and any weakness in the alliance is punished swiftly. Not only corals fight with light, clams open their mantles wide, displaying iridescent sheets that shimmer like liquid glass. Within these folds, algae live by the millions, harvesting sun and feeding the giant mouths below. The clams become fortresses of color, glowing under the siege, their armor a display of strength that seems almost defiant. Their mantles ripple in shifting blues, purples, and greens, warning the battlefield that they are not prey but citadels armed with suns. Other soldiers hide from the siege. Sponges, with their labyrinthine chambers, dwell in shadows where light cannot penetrate. They thrive not by waging war with suns, but by refusing to participate, filtering food from the dark currents instead. Their silence is a rebellion, proof that survival need not always bow to the tyrant above. Yet even they are shaped by light, for without it the plankton they consume would not exist. No soldier on this battlefield escapes the siege entirely. Every day, the reef balances this war anew. The generals of sugar and stone stand in fragile alliance, their victory always temporary, always conditional. The siege never ends, and every dawn renews it. To us, light feels like a blessing. To the reef it is both sword and crown, a force to be courted, feared and endured. The battlefield of light is not fought only by day, even the night carries echoes of the siege, for the moon exerts its own dominion over the coral kingdoms. Its silver beams are faint, but their influence runs deep. The moon commands the tides, drawing armies of water across the battlefield, carrying soldiers to war, retreat, or ruin. Its rhythms dictate the spawning of corals, the great synchronized release of gametes that ensures the survival of kingdoms. In these nights of release, light itself becomes messenger and midwife. Bioluminescence joins the war in the moon's absence, a second army of lights, not from the sky, but from the bodies of soldiers themselves. Plankton flash when disturbed, their tiny sparks confusing predators. Squid ripple with pulses of light across their skin, signaling intent, threatening rivals, or dazzling prey into fatal hesitation. Lanternfish ascend from the deep, their bodies glimmering like constellations fallen into the sea. Even the corals glow faintly, their tissues shining with proteins that bend the light into protective shields. These lights are not mere decoration, they are weapons wielded in silence. A flash can blind, confuse or mislead. A glow can lure prey or warn predators. In the darkness of the reef, every spark is a blade, every shimmer a shield. The battlefield of night is fought, not with brute force, but with the manipulation of vision itself. The reef becomes a theatre of ghosts, each actor wielding its own light to gain advantage in the endless siege. Even shadows have roles in this war. Predators hide in the dimness, their bodies blending seamlessly with stone and sand. Rays bury themselves, their outlines erased until they erupt in sudden violence. Sharks patrol as silhouettes, their mere presence scattering schools. Wasps patrol as silhouettes, their mere presence scattering schools. Shadows are as sharp as swords here, carving silence into strategy. Thus day and night alike are stages for the siege of light. Sun, moon and bioluminescence weave together into a tapestry of conflict, each beam and shadow shaping the fate of soldiers who cannot survive without them. To witness this war is to realize that light is never gentle, it is always weapon, always siege, always law. Victory in the siege of light is never final. The reef has survived for ages because it does not chase permanent triumph. It learns to endure temporary victories and absorb losses. Corals adapt by building new shapes, by forming alliances with more heat-tolerant algae, by thickening skeletons against the burn of excess. Their resilience is not infinite, but it is patient. They do not defeat the sun. They learn to bend beneath it without breaking. Yet the siege grows harsher. Storms become hotter, days longer, nights less forgiving. The tyrant sun burns with increasing cruelty, and the reef must adapt faster than its history has taught it. Some colonies fail, leaving graveyards of bone-white stone. Others endure, rewriting the battlefield in their own image. The architecture changes, favoring sturdier shapes, deeper shadows, stronger alliances. Each generation inherits the scars of the last, and learns to live differently, building kingdoms that are quieter, less flamboyant, but more resistant. For the reef, survival itself is victory. Each dawn that brings another chance to fight, another chance to endure the siege, is a triumph. Soldiers may fall, walls may collapse, kingdoms may crumble, but as long as one polyp survives, the war continues. The siege of light will never end, but neither will the resilience of the coral kingdoms. They are battlefields, yes, but they are also survivors, architects of survival, written in stone and light. The reef's story is not one of conquest, but of persistence. It is the tale of soldiers who fight without pause, who build fortresses from their own bodies, who endure sieges that never lift. The siege of light is eternal, but so too is the patience of stone. And in that patience lies the secret, not how to win, but how to endure, until the tyrant tires, until the balance tilts, until another dawn allows the war to begin again. Every battlefield has its generals, and in the coral kingdoms, many of them swim with mouths that never close. Sharks, barracudas, groupers, these are the soldiers whose presence redraws entire maps. They are not endless in number, but their shadows are enough to reshape the law of every corridor, every ledge, every school. Predation here is not chaos. It is governance. Without it, the battlefield would collapse into riot. Reef sharks patrol the outer slopes, their sleek bodies gliding in arcs too perfect to be random. They do not need to strike often. Their authority lies in being seen. Schools condense when they pass, each fish tightening to its neighbor until thousands move as one, a single organism shifting shape in fear of being singled out. The shark chooses, and that choice is sentence. In a single burst it closes the distance, jaws flashing, and the school fractures before knitting itself back together. It is not only hunger satisfied, it is order enforced. The reef does not see the shark as villain. It sees the shark as balance. Without its cuts, grazers would overrun gardens, algae would smother fortresses, and the siege of light would end in silence. The shark prevents collapse, even as it feeds. Barracudas patrol differently. They hover motionless until lightning strikes from their silver bodies. They filbit meine Schuruns until lightning strikes from their silver bodies. Their presence is not constant but sudden, unpredictable. Their shadows hang like spears in the water, long, lean, sharp. Schools of smaller fish give them wide berth, and for good reason. One burst from a barracuda is faster than thought, faster than instinct. When they strike, the water itself seems to snap. Predation here is a reminder. Vigilance is the only guarantee of life. Groupers, massive and deliberate, command ambush points. They wait in doorways of coral fortresses, motionless as statues until an unwary soldier swims too near. Then they open their enormous mouths, and suction alone drags prey into darkness. No chase, no warning. The battlefield shifts around their patience. Smaller fish learn to route their patrols away from certain arches, certain caves. The grouper enforces territory not with noise, but with certainty. Its patience is law. Every predator is more than a mouth. Each one redraws the rules of survival for thousands of others. Schools must move differently, because sharks exist. Grazers must hide more carefully, because barracudas linger. Hunters themselves must be clever, because groupers claim the best doorways. The battlefield is balanced on the edge of teeth, but those teeth are not only destruction, they are tools that hold the kingdom steady. Predators are surgeons of the reef, removing the weak, the sick, the unwary. Their cuts are precise, and though they seem brutal, they prevent plague, prevent overgrowth, prevent collapse. Without them, the reef would choke on its own abundance. With them, the reef survives another day. This is the paradox of the battlefield. The very jaws that terrify also preserve. Predation is not cruelty, it is constitution. The reef is not democracy, not anarchy. It is law enforced in blood and silence, and predators are the law's keepers. The siege of predators is not fought only by giants. Small mouths wage wars just as decisive, and their battles echo through the halls of limestone like whispers that carry weight. Snappers patrol in schools, their bodies flashing silver in unison. They herd smaller fish into dense clouds, then dart through them in coordinated strikes. Their weapons are not only jaws, but numbers. By hunting together, they transform prey into geometry, reshaping movement until the victim has nowhere to run. Their strategy is siege itself: surround, compress, overwhelm. Lionfish stalk the battlefield with elegance that deceives. Their fins flare like banners, disguising their true shape. They move slowly, gracefully, their spines venomous, their patience endless. Prey does not flee because lionfish look ornamental, harmless. Then the strike comes, swift and final. The lionfish is proof that beauty itself can be weapon, that camouflage does not always hide, but sometimes dazzles into complacency. The battlefield respects such tactics, even as it suffers under them. Morays, though often hidden, command their own front. Their jaws are not singular, but double. One set grips, the other drags prey deeper, a nightmare weapon, borrowed from the dark ages of evolution. Their lairs are strongholds, no soldier willingly approaches. Their hunger is not constant, but their presence is eternal. A corridor guarded by a moray is a corridor rewritten, traffic rerouted, strategies altered. That is power, the ability to redraw maps without ever leaving one's fortress. Even the smallest hunters play roles. Reefs pick parasites from larger fish, their mouths delicate, their attacks surgical, yet they also dart after drifting eggs, snapping them before they can settle. Their predation is not spectacle, but erosion, nibbling at futures in increments so small they are nearly invisible. But enough small losses change outcomes. Enough stolen eggs erase generations. Reefs fight wars not in single battles, but in campaigns measured over seasons. Their victory written in absences too subtle for human eyes to read. Predation here is everywhere, constant, layered, large jaws enforce order, medium jaws shape strategies, small jaws chip away at possibility. Together they create a battlefield where no soldier, no fortress, no recruit can afford complacency. Even in calm, danger stalks silently. Even in silence, hunger waits. This is not cruelty, it is discipline. The reef thrives because it is trimmed, because nothing is allowed to grow unchecked. Predators are not intruders, they are sculptors, chiseling excess into harmony with jaws and patience. Without them the battlefield would collapse into chaos. With them it endures. Prey does not accept this siege passively. Every soldier of the reef is both target and strategist, crafting defenses to outwit the jaws that hunt them. Schools form the first shield. Thousands of bodies align into dense formations, moving as one, shifting in unison. A predator may take one, but the school itself survives, its motion confusing, its body stronger than its parts. Safety lies not in solitude, but in surrendering individuality to the mass. Camouflage offers another shield. Parrotfish glow bright in daylight but darken at night, hiding within mucus cocoons that disguise both body and scent. Dam shellfish hide within thickets of coral, their small size an advantage, as they dart into mazes no predator can follow. Some species mimic, others entirely, borrowing the shapes and patterns of harmless neighbors to pass through corridors unchallenged. Deception is as powerful as speed here, and the battlefield rewards cleverness as much as strength. Armor is yet another answer. Triggerfish wield tough hides and powerful jaws, making themselves dangerous to attack. Pufferfish inflate into spiny spheres, turning vulnerability into fortress. Even tiny crabs raise claws like banners, their bravado often enough to dissuade larger enemies. In a battlefield where fear itself is weapon, sometimes illusion of danger is enough to create safety. Some prey turn the battlefield itself into ally. Rabbitfish move in pairs, each guarding the other's blind spot. Surgeonfish wield scalpel-sharp spines on their tails, slashing at predators foolish enough to close in. Cleaner wrasses recruit predators into partnerships, their service so valuable that jaws remain closed in their presence. The reef thrives on these bargains, these truces woven into the fabric of war. To live here is to negotiate as well as to fight. Every prey species adapts, strategizes, survives. None are helpless. Their defenses do not make them invincible, but they make them participants in the war, soldiers rather than victims. Predators rule, but they rule a kingdom where every citizen fights back, where every fortress holds surprises, where every battle is contested. This is not a simple hierarchy of hunters and hunted, it is a battlefield of equals, where even the smallest soldier carries weapons of shadow, speed, or deception, and in that equality lies the reef's resilience. Predators do not win every battle, nor do prey always escape. The battlefield is balanced by constant negotiation, each side trading victories and defeats in endless cycles. A shark feeds, but only after chasing a shoal, until exhaustion bends the odds. A grouper claims one victim, but the rest of the school survives and learns a new route. A barracuda strikes, but misses, leaving ripples of fear that reshape traffic for hours afterward. Each encounter rewrites the map, teaching both predator and prey how to move differently tomorrow. The reef thrives on this tension. If predators vanished, prey would multiply unchecked, stripping gardens bare, smothering fortresses in algae, collapsing the balance of siege and survival. If prey vanished, predators would starve, their shadows gone, their governance erased, leaving chaos in their absence. The battlefield endures because both sides remain, neither triumphant, both essential. Even death itself is recycled into strategy. The body of a slain fish feeds scavengers, whose waste fertilizes algae, which feeds grazers, which strengthen corals, which build walls, which shelter new recruits. Nothing is wasted. Every loss is reinvested. Every death fuels another soldier's survival. This is not sentiment, it is arithmetic. The reef keeps immaculate accounts, every ledger balanced in cycles of hunger and breath. To drift above this war is to see harmony disguised as violence. Jaws snap, schools scatter, scars remain, but beneath the chaos is structure, ancient and deliberate. Predation is not cruelty here, it is justice, law, rhythm. The jaws of sharks, the patience of groupers, the lightning of barracudas, all are part of the same choreography. The reef survives because it is dangerous, it endures because it is violent. Its beauty is carved from its battlefield, every scar proof that balance is not gentle but fierce. The siege of predators will never end. It is as eternal as tide, as constant as current, as vital as light. The reef does not ask for peace, it asks only for continuity, that jaws keep moving, that prey keep resisting, that battles keep teaching. For in this endless siege, survival itself is victory. The kingdoms rise, fall and rise again, their stories written, not in triumph, but in persistence. To listen here, lulled by the rhythm of war, is to hear the truth. The battlefield is violent, but it is also eternal, and in its eternity lies the secret to the reef's unbroken song. Every battlefield needs generals, but in the coral kingdoms, they are not creatures of flesh or bone. They are the currents, vast, unseen commanders, whose orders are obeyed, whether willingly or not. Soldiers fight, predators strike, colonies build and collapse, but all of it is choreographed by the constant push and pull of moving water. The current is strategy embodied. It dictates where food arrives, where waste departs, where spores travel, and where armies of larvae are dropped into waiting fortresses. Without it, the reef would choke on its own silence. With it, the reef breathes, feeds, and survives its endless wars. Some currents are subtle generals, weaving like whispers through narrow corridors, brushing across polyps so gently that tentacles open without fear. These quiet eddies deliver plankton mouthful by mouthful, allowing soldiers to feed without leaving their posts. The delicate hairs along a polyp's body read the pressure like script. A slight increase means banquet, a slight fall means caution. Where bolder corals squat, the flow splits and rejoins as if reconsidering its orders. Where branching forests stand, the water threads the maze, slows and sets down a soft rain of food. Even the sheen on a fish's scales tells the direction of command. Tiny vortices gather and release along the flanks, a language of ripples that the reef reads without eyes. Other currents are loud, thundering through channels with force enough to reshape architecture. They arrive with tide, with wind, with the distant pull of moons and storms you cannot see from here. They scour rubble fields clean, tear turf from walls, and test every fortress for cracks. Weak walls fail, strong ones remain, and the battlefield is redrawn according to their verdict. In passes, the water tightens into a river, rushing seaward on the ebb, flooding inward on the flood, combing the stone as if grooming it for battle. Fish line up along invisible ladders of speed, slipping from step to step like climbers who never tire. Those ladders are orders as surely as any shouted through a horn: where to hold, where to move, where to eat, where to disappear. Every general of current has a distinct character. Longshore drifts patrol steadily, never rushing, never resting, carrying spores and seeds across entire kingdoms. They are patient commanders, their authority spread over long distances, their influence subtle but absolute. They ferry sand in slow caravans along beaches, pour thin veils of silt off the crest, then slide along the slope, where gardens of Gorgonian fans learn to speak with their fingers. Upwellings rise like reinforcements, cold and rich, bringing nutrients from the abyss to fuel campaigns of growth. When they arrive, soldiers thrive, colors intensify, and fortresses gain weight. The water tastes faintly of metal and deep places, but warm eddies can betray, arriving like traitors, carrying exhaustion, heat, and disease. They linger too long, sapping endurance, feeding plagues instead of armies. Currents are not loyal, they command for themselves. Between the grand cabals of gyres and eddies lies the smaller law of the boundary layer, the thin near-still film of water pressed directly against stone and skin. Inside this veil, the reef negotiates breath. Oxygen is traded for carbon, sugar for limestone, patience for architecture. Too fast a sweep, and mouths cannot catch. Too slow a drift and waste pools where it should not. The generals of current write even here. A slight shiver turns the veil over, renewing it like a page turned for fresh ink. Sponges pump harder when the page is slow. Corals lift cilia to broom away what the page leaves behind. This is bureaucracy in miniature, but every signature matters. Even predators bow to the generals. Sharks prefer patrols that follow the push of water, conserving energy, letting the current carry them toward prey. Their fins tilt by degrees that look like grace, but each adjustment is an obedience to pressure. Barracudas lurk where streams split, striking soldiers pushed helplessly into their path. Groupers claim doorways where currents funnel schools, arches, gashes and ledges that focus the flow the way a lens focuses light. Morays choose cracks, where the tide turns sharply, so that a miscalculated tail flick delivers a meal to their waiting jaws. Every tactic of tooth and claw begins with the direction of water. Even shadows are bent by the will of current. Even silence is timed to its pulse. The generals also conduct sound. The crackle of pistol shrimp carries farther with some tides than others. Choruses of fish strengthen at slack and dissolve in the push. Larvae hundreds of body lengths above hear the battlefield before they see it, following the music of their future. Currents edit that music, deepening it when cold fingers climb the slope, muffling it when warm sheets drape the terrace. The newest soldiers trust the edit and adjust their descent accordingly, tiptoeing down the ribbon stair of pressure until stone greets their feet. Eddies stitched by winddraw lines on the surface called windrows, places where foam feathers, leaves and transparent lives collect. Below those ribbons, the water rolls impaired, leaning cells, a subtle braiding that presses food down and hauls waste away. Corals respond by opening a little wider. Plankton respond by clustering. Predators respond by circling the edges, like archivists, patrolling the stacks. What looks like mere texture from a boat is policy down here, a daily memo. The generals write in white script across blue. Not all orders are seasonal. Some arrive hourly in the form of internal waves, clumsy giants that travel along the seam where layers of water of different temperature meet. When one of these slow beasts runs aground on the slope, cold rises in a soft surge, and the reef exhales as if relieved. Polyps feed longer, colors look freshly painted. A minute later the warmth returns, and with it the reminder that kindness here is seldom permanent, that the generals measure gifts by seconds and take them back without apology. Where the reef has carved spur and groove buttresses into the crest, the generals exploit them shamelessly. Water rockets down the grooves and size up the spurs, charging and discharging like lungs. Sediment follows the size, settling where grooves block the wind of flow, lifting again when the set turns. The crest is a training ground, because orders are clearest here. Soldiers learn the difference between the irresistible and the negotiable, between a wave that must be endured and a shadow that can be shaped. They learn that yield is not surrender. It is a tactic that preserves both wall and breath. The reef does not question its generals. It cannot. The orders arrive without voice, without warning, written in pressure, in the sway of fronds, in the rhythm of sand. A fortress may endure for centuries, but one season of hostile current can erase it. A school may thrive for years, but one drift too strong can scatter it beyond repair. The generals do not argue, they proceed. Yet the reef is not helpless. It carves counter-orders into stone, ridges that split the blow, domes that redirect, hedges that slow the freighted rush into readable weather. It moves not by walking but by building. Its reply to a command is architecture. You can hear the negotiation if you float still and listen. The faint hiss as sand skims a plate and drops into lee. The hold your breath hush as a cold tongue arrives. The click always the click of claws that never learned fatigue. Fish bodies translate the script into motion. Pages flip, margins widen and narrow, and the city gently adjusts its chairs to sit at the table of the day's agenda. No votes, no hands raised, only obedience and rebuttal expressed in stone and breath. At night when the wind slackens and tide rests between moods, the generals soften. The water hangs like heavy glass over the slope, and the reef, grateful, allows smaller conversations to be heard. Polyps murmuring with their cilia, plankton gossiping in drifting clouds, sand telling low jokes to snails. Then the tide tips its cup, and the first true order of the new watch arrives. Lanterns of plankton flare near the edges. A ray lifts and buries itself again a body length away. A school compresses as if remembering a promise. The generals are never late. They do not sleep. They change masks and return. And so the city keeps its schedules by currents rather than clocks. Feeding is an order. Rest is an order. Spawning is an order. Repair is an order. The reef does not mistake command for cruelty. It knows that without command there is only silence, and silence is death. Here the generals are both map and law, both whip and lifeline. No soldier, no king, no shadow can ignore them. Even the moon must ask to use their corridors. Even the sun must send its brightness through the hands they hold open or closed. This is how the war beneath becomes a lullaby above, a million obediences to unseen generals, written in the sleepless grammar of moving water. The generals of the current wage their own wars beyond the reef, and the coral kingdoms are only one front in their campaign. Across the open ocean, gyres spin vast wheels of water, turning like gears that grind time itself. They trap drifting lives in slow orbits, shepherding them in circles for weeks until a wind shift, a temperature edge, or the brush of a continent's shelf opens a door. Beginning after beginning rides these wheels. Lava of corals, whispers of seagrass, the transparent children of crabs and snails, the ink-thin anchors of jellyfish. The reef's recruits are not local. They are heirs from distant kingdoms, carried without passport by generals who care nothing for borders. This constant exchange prevents isolation from turning to extinction. It ties archipelago to archipelago, like beads on a moving string. Lets failures in one empire be forgiven by arrivals from another. Lets memory travel in flesh. The same generals who carry life also deliver ruin. Flood-fed plumes pour off river mouths and draft silt across the battlefield. A brown breath that smothers with both weight and chemistry. Entire quarters go mute as mouth after mouth closes against grit. Gardens that once sang in green and blue lie under a damp blanket that will not lift for days. Sponges pump like engines to keep pockets clear. Corals peel mucus sheets like old wallpaper to shrug the stuff off their skin. Urchins carve letters into the film, but the plume writes a louder sentence for as long as the rains upstream insist. Rain writes defeat downstream without ever seeing the city it injures. Heat, too, rides the generals. A basin warms by degrees and releases a sheet of merciless water that drapes the slope. A fever that feels soft to fingers but harsh to breath. Partnerships loosen. Colors thin. Nights grow heavier with feeding as days become debts. The siege of light and the siege of water merge, and the reef shudders under the weight of both. The generals do not apologize. They have their own schedules, their own wars to fight with wind and earth and moon. The reef survives by understanding that apology is not a currency here, only adaptation is. Still, the reef endures, adjusting to each command. Where currents smother, sponges bellow, clarifying halls big enough for hope to dwell in. Where heat lingers, colonies entertain tougher algae, micro-allies that ask for different rent and tolerate longer days. The city narrows its avenues to speed flow, or spreads plates to corral breath, or grows hedges taller so that shade itself becomes infrastructure. Soldiers rewrite their tactics in a script passed through tissue and time. Recruits wait a week longer in the plankton than their grandparents did, riding gyres that will put them down in cooler neighborhoods. Not rebellion, discipline, not anger, strategy. Currents are not only force, they are cunning. In narrow straits they compress into pressure that scrubs stone raw, reef passes that feel like throats where even sharks bow their heads. In wide lagoons they relax, drop their loads of sand as if shedding armor, burying soldiers who chose the wrong elevation. Sills of drowned terraces cause internal waves to break and rise, pocketing coolness temporarily across the slope. Coastal bends organize eddies that act like rooms, turning, lingering, deciding the fates of those who drift through. Each tactic is old as the sea, each attack rehearsed until even error has a pattern. Still the reef must answer as if the blow were new every time. That is exhaustion. That is also resilience. Beyond the surface, gust and swell write another layer of law. Langmuir cells roll like paired conveyors, knitting windrows that you can see from any cliff. Along these highways, the generals collect plankton and floating seeds, concentrating both food and trap. Fish learn to feed along the edges rather than in the rush, so as not to be penned by their own hunger. Manta rays trace lazy figure eights beneath windrows, letting the rolling water herd mouthfuls to them, a choreography practiced long before the first ship wrote a wake. Farther still, planetary scale commanders speak in waves without foam, Kelvin waves that hurry heat along the equator, like secret couriers, Rossby waves that meander like patient diplomats across basins, slow enough that only seasons notice, powerful enough that whole coastlines change their minds about which wind is friend. When these orders arrive, they do so wrapped in other voices, cloud and rain and river, and the reef hears them as drought or deluge, as warmth that overstays, as strange coolness in months that should feel different. The general's war outside the reef is invisible to the eye, but not to the city that must live with its consequences. And yet, their marching is not malice. They must move. Without movement, the sea would go stale, oxygen would never kneel to depth, minerals would sleep forever in darkness. The youngest soldiers would never find a door. Currents are the sea's circulatory system, the pulse that keeps the body able to wake. The reef may suffer from their tempers, may thrive under their gifts, but it cannot negotiate for stillness. Stillness is a worse enemy than any storm. When the lagoon goes quiet for too many days, microbes begin to write schemes that nobody wants enacted, and the city grows anxious. A breath held too long is not peace, it is a warning. So the reef watches the horizon, which is another way to say it listens for pressure. It raises and lowers mouths according to the slow syllables of tide. It fattens in years when upwelling makes a habit of kindness. It shortens its flourishes when warm eddies squat like unwelcome guests in the passes. It remembers where silt always falls and grows domes there rather than plates. It remembers where currents kiss the stone and plants thickets instead of flags. The generals write, the city annotates, and the manuscript survives each edition with more marginalia. When the plume thins, the film peels and the wind skims the surface clean again. The reef does not celebrate, it resumes. The first small signs of health are housekeeping, grazers filing tidy circles into the fuzz, janitors tracing their silver handwriting over the floors, sponges sighing the rooms clear. Then the pink of coralline returns like primer, then the dots of new mouths like punctuation, then the sentences of branching and plating that tell you the story did not end. Whatever the generals intended with their long campaign far away, the reef has translated into architecture it can live with. It will do so again when the next messenger arrives. There is fairness here, though it does not look like mercy. The generals command all equally, predator and prey, coral and sponge, thief and clerk. A flood does not single out a saint. An upwelling does not reward a villain. Orders are distributed without prejudice. The city accepts this because it must, and because in that impartiality there is a kind of justice older than speech. The battlefield endures because it listens. It has no choice. Its generals are currents, and currents never sleep. For the reef's smaller soldiers, the commands of current are personal, immediate, inescapable. A polyp does not choose where food will come from. It extends its tentacles and trusts that the drift will deliver. Cilia beat in metronomes of hope. A lava does not choose where to land. It surrenders to the general's hand and hopes the address is kind. Even the lawgivers, sharks, rays, the stern mouths of groupers, submit. A shark that swims against a hard set wastes itself to dullness. One that rides the shoulder of a stream becomes sovereign with hardly a stroke. Every strategy begins with obedience to the flow, but obedience is not submission. Soldiers use the general's commands as weapons. Filter feeders, the feathered crowns of worms, the soft chimneys of sponges, place themselves where food passes often enough to live and not so fast as to tear. They read the microclimate of a ledge, the way a farmer reads a slope. This corner for rain, that corner for drainage, this edge for shade. Grazers rest and ruminate in eddies, where currents drop algae-rich snow. Parrotfish wake and work against the set, when it presses a rival's scent away from their gardens, then swap flanks when the tide turns, always arranging themselves so the general's hand tips the scales in their favor. Even ambush predators know the map. Groupers hold gatehouses where funnels speed prey into a brief confusion. Scorpionfish settle in swirls that pin sand just enough to hide a tremor. Morays coil in tubes that press everything into their patient teeth when the tide exhales. Some soldiers manipulate the generals outright. Schools of silversides swim in diamond formations that manufacture their own shelter, zones of low pressure tucked along the flanks of the moving cloud. The school as a single animal sheds, dragon glides longer than any one body could. Manta rays write spirals in the water, turning diffuse plankton into dense veils, then sweep through the harvest with open mouths that look like smiles. Even coral architecture is persuasion. Spur and groove comb the set into ribbons. Tables and plates stacked to capture side light and side flow. Hedges bristle to scrape the hurry from a gust until it is a caress. The city is not only ruled by current, it sculpts current to rule itself better. The generals are not cruel. They are indifferent. They do not punish with intent. They simply move. Their war is not against the reef, but through it. Soldiers who understand this do not waste themselves in righteous anger. They practice judo, turning mass to ally, turning speed to shelter, turning indifference to opportunity. Those who resist like walls in the wrong place are erased, not by thunder but by arithmetic. That is the oldest law here: adapt or vanish. The law writes itself into bodies. Fish wear fins shaped by their favorite instructions. Rays like wings for soaring in mild sets. Forks for sprinting when the door opens. Rounded paddles for tight turns in clutter. Spines for holding station on a knife edge. Crustaceans grow hairs that feel the weather in a teaspoon of water. Polyps adjust the spacing of mouths to the pace of dinner. Even microbes drift or cling according to the soup in which they were born. Form is strategy, and strategy is a love letter to current. Listen to the corridor of a pass when the tide begins to run. First the sand ticks like a brush, then the fans lean without complaint, then the schools wake into wedges that point seaward. A turtle with barnacled parchment slides into the main channel, and lets itself be read by the river. Cleaning stations break for a moment, as patrons rejoice in rushing air over gills. An octopus holds its doorway, and becomes rock, letting the press pass around it as if it were a stone that truer water had carved a century ago. In 10 minutes the city has rearranged its chairs for a different conversation. No shouting, no heralds, only pressure as pen writing the meeting agenda across every back. When the tide slackens, details bloom, small mouths unroll deeper into the quiet. Plankton rise because they can. Predators who fight with suddenness instead of endurance move forward. The elevator doors are open, and the floors are briefly close together. Then the general clears its throat again, and the corridor lifts into fast talk, and everyone returns to the shapes that keep them. The schedule is strict, and yet it is kind, for it is consistent enough to build life around. To drift with the reef is to feel this law in your own bones. The push of tide carries you whether you will it or not. Resistance frays thought, surrender steadies heartbeat. You learn what every soldier here has always known. The generals cannot be fought. They can be read, responded to, even recruited into your plan. You angle your body, and suddenly the story is easier to follow. You tuck behind a buttress, and the conversation becomes intimate again. The sea teaches you the same lesson it teaches stone. The art is not in standing against, but in bending wisely, in placing yourself where the flow does your work for you. Even fear learns from current. Schools wait for sharks to pass, then slide into their wake, borrowing the big shadow's reduced drag to cross a risky avenue more quickly. A small surgeon fish will risk a dash only when a gust promises to shove it the right direction. Morays time their strikes to the exhale, when the door swings toward their guest. Groupers open their mouths not only because prey is near, but because a pulse is about to deliver it across the threshold. Hunger and mercy alike are scheduled, and so the reef shows you that obedience is not defeat, it is discernment. It is the humility to admit that power moves through you, whether you curse it or not, and the wisdom to shape your body, your wall, your day to hold that power in ways that keep breath. This is how kingdoms endure beneath the general's reign, not by argument, not by bravado, but by choreography, by learning the steps no one speaks, and dancing them until limestone itself remembers. The generals of current do not retire, they command forever, their strategies changing with seasons, with storms, with the turning of the earth itself. They are timeless rulers, unchallengeable, unmerciful, yet indispensable. Their war is eternal, but it is also fair, for they command all equally, predator and prey, coral and sponge, soldier and fortress. None escape their hand. There are seasons when their tone is gentle. Trade winds breathe steady and long, and the sea wears low, regular ruffles, as if its hair were carefully combed. Flood and ebb speak politely at the passes. Plankton arrives on time. Fortresses gain weight quietly. Recruits find addresses, and are not evicted by rude gusts. Cleaning stations hum. Predators do not hurry. Even the pistol shrimp's artillery sounds less like gunfire, and more like the crackle of a hearth. In these chapters the reef grows the ornaments it cannot afford in harsher years, flourishes of branch and plate, courtyards broad enough to waste a little space on grace. But peace here is always a mask, and masks must come off. Storms will gather on far horizons and walk the ocean like stern inspectors, and the generals will change their posture without warning. Lines of swell arrive with the certainty of bills due. Passes roar, the crest becomes a drum line. Inside the city, chairs are stacked, fragile ornaments taken down, courtyards rearranged into narrow defensible lanes. Currents that were servants become bosses again. Missteps earn quick penalties. Yet even in this loudness the law holds. Spurs peel energy into grooves. Hedges break the wind into ribbons. Domes take the blow and shrug it sideways. Afterward, when clouds release their grip on light, the generals soften again, and the reef, bruised but breathing, opens a ledger and begins recording repairs. The inevitability of command does not make it cruel, it makes it useful. For us drifting through these kingdoms, the current is lullaby, rocking the bones into a rhythm that invites sleep. For the reef it is drumbeat, timing attacks and harvests, dismissals and appointments. Its orders are felt in every scar, every shadow, every whisper of sand. A sash of cold slips across the slope, and the city knows a door has opened. A slack lengthens and the city knows the elder has paused to think. A sudden veer down a wall of coral, and the city knows that weather elsewhere has decided something about today's argument. The generals may be unseen, but their signatures are everywhere. There is comfort in this certainty. To live under rulers who never sleep is to never wonder when the next instruction will come. It always comes. It arrives inside moonlight, under cloud, over calm, within chaos. It arrives through the touch of a fin, the sway of a soft coral's fingers, the incline of sand made overnight. The reef keeps a trust with these rulers because the rulers keep the sea awake. They bring oxygen where it must be. They carry ruin when they must. They never stop, and the city, which is built on the promise that breath follows breath, respects that. So the kingdoms continue their endless war, soldiers disciplined, fortresses adaptive, strategies dictated by currents that will never sleep. The battlefield is written in stone, but commanded by water. The water will rule forever. This is not a threat. It is a promise of continuity, a vow the sea made to itself when it first learned to move. If you let the rhythm into you, if you drift and stop choosing for a while, you will hear it, an old patient percussion in the ribs, a tide tapping at your temples. It says, breathe when I push, rest when I pull, rebuild when I soften, endure when I harden. It says this is how the coral kingdoms last in a war that no one wins. It says sleep now, I will keep time. No battlefield endures without alliances, and in the coral kingdoms, treaties are written not on paper, but in breath, in sugar, in shadow. The first alliance is the most famous: coral and algae, flesh and sun. Inside translucent tissues live millions of symbiotic guests. Algae that turn daylight into payment, rent paid in sugar and oxygen, a stipend generous enough to raise fortresses from seawater. The corals in return provide apartments with steady light and stable chemistry, rooms buffered against the tantrums of tide. Together they mint limestone, walls, spires, domes, corridors, architecture born directly from a pact. Alone neither could dominate. Together they carve empires across the seafloor, one wafer of skeleton at a time, patience ossified into city. The treaty is elegant and brutal at once. When light is kind, the exchange is cordial, sugars flow, polyps lay stone, colors thicken into saturated hymns. When light presses too hard, when heat stretches noon until it sings, the pact phrase. Hosts evict tenants in a desperate effort to lower the temperature of their own rooms. The sudden absence looks pure to us, snow-white walls gleaming in the blue, but the purity is peril, a silence where a choir once sang. Some colonies renegotiate, inviting back hardier strains, reopening the shutters to smaller, sterner suns. Others fail. Their whiteness settles into chalk, and the city writes around the loss, as it always does, with fresh rooms nearby. This is war disguised as cooperation, two species using each other to survive siege. The coral is not a supplicant, and the algae not a servant. Both are tacticians. The host controls who enters, the guest controls whether the rent flows. Inside those tissues, a market operates without coin. Carbon for calcium, shade for sugar, nitrogen for pigments that deflect the noon. When the accounts balance, empires rise. When they don't, a ledger closes and stone goes quiet. Alliances multiply outward from this center. Cleaner fish set up embassies on high points of the reef, little platforms hung with flags of color and motion. Their dances are signatures, their stripes are credentials. Predators arrive like dignitaries. Sharks open their jaws not for violence, but for service, holding still while small mouths pick at gills and teeth. Groupers hover, eyes half-lidded in patient trust. Even morays, lords of ambush, permit a cleaner to slip past barbed lips and groom the soft interior of their disguise. For minutes the battlefield pauses. This is not peace, only ceasefire, a truce held together by etiquette and hunger's brief patience. Should a cleaner bite flesh rather than parasite, the treaty ends instantly. Trust here is fragile as film and enforced with teeth. Shrimp keep other embassies. Pistol shrimp dig tunnels through the slopes of living stone, and share them with gobies who cannot dig but can see. The shrimp's antennae rest against the fish like a blind hand against a friend's sleeve. If danger approaches, the goby flicks a warning and both withdraw. Rent is paid in vigilance, wages collected in shelter. Elsewhere, boxer crabs lift tiny anemones like pom-poms, wielding stings as portable shields. In exchange their passengers eat well on whatever the crab steals and shakes into their tentacles. Hermit crabs plant anemones on their borrowed shells, draping themselves in borrowed fire. The alliances are stitched in nerves and habit, in daily courtesies that keep small lives from being cancelled by larger appetites. Crabs ally with corals too, a private security detail for a living wall. When encircling arms of a crown of thorns star begin to climb, the little guards rush, pinching tube feet, clipping delicate tips, forcing the siege engine to reconsider. They cannot kill the invader, they can delay. Delay is victory here. The wall survives the night, because the attackers grow bored or sated elsewhere. In the morning, grazers will clear the slime laid down by the struggle. Coralline paint will repair the scuffed veneer. The treaty will be renewed in the quiet that follows. Anemone fishes, bright ambassadors in tight quarters, defend their hosts with a fervor out of proportion to their size. They chase, nip, posture. They farm the water column with tiny sorties that bring food back to the tentacles that shelter them. The anemone tolerates their bustling tenancy because the fish's movements keep fresh water flowing, and the household fed. The fish tolerate the sting because the home refuses them harm. A shared immunity is a signature embossed into the treaty itself. There are quieter alliances. Sponges sign a different pact with microbes. A parliament of bacteria and archaea lodged in labyrinths of living filter. Together they turn foulness into clarity, digest toxins, fix nitrogen, make vitamins, exhale clean water into halls too small for hands to sweep. To the untrained eye a sponge looks inert. To the city it is infrastructure, a pump station, a treatment plant, a kitchen operating without interruption. In their patience the sponges are generals commanding flows no vertebrate can see, keeping courtyards sweet enough that other treaties can be written there. Coralline algae are not merely pink paint. They are mortar and notary both, cementing rubble into platforms and whispering chemical passwords that tell drifting larvae, "You can trust this stone." Their films are scented letters that larvae can read with skins, a script of calcium and bacteria that says, "This neighborhood is kept." Without that assurance, recruits pass by, the city's future unspent in the wrong place. With it, settlement proceeds like law. Hunting pacts prove that cooperation is not limited to the mild. Groupers recruit morays to comb crevices in a two-mouth patrol. The eel flushes, the grouper pounces, and both eat more than either could alone. Napoleon wrasse smash armored snails against stone, then tolerate small pickpockets gathering crumbs near their lips. No oaths are sworn, no terms are written. The reward is in the belly, the treaty enforced by shared gain and dissolved when it stops paying. Even architecture participates in alliance. Branching thickets shelter small fish whose numbers, in turn, defend the thicket by chasing away butterfly fish that would nibble every polyp raw. Massive domes host patrol routes for sharks. The fear those routes inspire keeps grazers from overstaying their welcome, and the gardens stay cropped rather than conquered. Alliances here are often triangles, quadrilaterals, whole constellations of mutual advantage. Remove one star, and the shape warps. Remove another, and the pattern falls. A small collapse that ripples outward into custom and law. Humans arrive late and clumsy with their own proposals. Artificial reefs dropped like grafts. Nursery-grown corals stitched to old stone. Divers bagging crown-of-thorns stars by the hundreds. Some offerings fail. Smooth tires that host little. Structures that topple. Species planted without regard for flow. Others find purchase. Rough concrete with caves becomes colony. A sunken barge scraped of poison and given good angles, transforms into a plaza. The reef does not weigh intention. It accepts or rejects by function alone. Does this structure hold a film? Does it break the set into helpful ribbons? Can a frightened mouth find a door? Alliances with us are judged, as all alliances are, by whether breath is easier after the handshake. None of these treaties are permanent. What as treaties are permanent? Currents shift, a partner's numbers crash, heat pauses payment from algae to host, ceasefires fray, thieves take too much, farmers defend the wrong patch too violently, and neighbors reshuffle their temper. Yet while they last, alliances buy time, and time is the coin that purchases stone. An extra week of shade during a fever, an extra mouth cleaning parasites from a ruler's gills, an extra tunnel that offers a second exit when the first is blocked. All of these small credits compound into survival. In a place where siege is daily, small credits are the secret bank that keeps a city solvent. Walk the neighborhood, and you can feel the treaties like invisible fences. At a cleaning station, patrons queue in species order, predators relaxing a fraction more than seems wise, because custom keeps everyone alive. In a shrimp goby burrow, the antenna stays on the fish even when nothing moves. A ritual touch that says, "I trust you to watch." Over a coral blazing with health, the shimmer of heat-deflecting pigments reveals a pact with sunlight itself, an agreement to bend rather than break. Along a rubble slope, the pink of coralline steadying chaotic stones announces a coalition of microbes and crusts that turn disaster into real estate. The reef thrives not by peace but by cooperation under siege. Allies are chosen because they make survival cheaper, because together they blunt the eternal weapons of current, predator, and plague. These treaties are pragmatic, not sentimental. We admire their beauty because they work, not because they are gentle. Alone, every soldier falls, together they hold the line. The councils never adjourn. Every mouth is a vote. Every shelter, a signed page. Every shared meal, a ratification. This is how kingdoms breathe in a war without end. By treaties written in sugar and shadow, enforced in habit and hunger, renewed every tide without a single word. Some alliances are quieter, forged in shadow, rather than spectacle. Sponges, those understated organs of the reef, house cities within themselves, a million partnerships, per fistful of living sieve. Microbes lodge along channels and chambers, turning ammonia to something gentler, teaching toxins new manners, spinning dissolved chaos into usable threads. A sponge inhales a roomful of water, edits it, and exhales corridors clean enough for tender mouths to risk opening. If the reef is a city, sponges are its civil services, sanitation, waterworks, public health, offices that never close, staffed by bacteria whose salaries are paid in chemical gradients. Their alliance does not sparkle, but the air of the reef, its liquid breath, depends on it. Coralline algae, seemingly modest pink crusts, are also key diplomats. Their calcium armor resists the rasp of urchins, their pigments shrug at glare, and their surface chemistry writes a promise that larvae can smell stability here, maintenance here, neighbors who sweep their thresholds. With particular bacteria, they become notaries, certifying rubble into neighborhood. A storm's fallout becomes a lattice of ready addresses, edges mortared, pebbles fused into landing pads. Without this notarized bedrock, settlements fail, ambitions drift on, and the city's future thins to rumor. Predators are not above coalition. Groupers and morays co-hunt, combining suction and reach, patience and flexibility. Jackfish chase schools toward manta rays that harvest the condensed cloud. Hawksbill turtles patrol with remoras, the clinging fish trading grooming for transportation, and the occasional stolen bite. Napoleon wrasse, with jaws like hammers, crack shells in public, and the small fry that gather at their feet are not thieves but allies of convenience. The wrasse accepts the cleanup crew, because there will always be more shells. The crew accepts the risk because beneath those jaws is the richest field it will ever farm. There are alliances of deterrence. Damn selfish cultivate gardens of filament, patrolling fiercely, and recruit sea urchins to mow the hedges in exchange for sanctuary among the stems. The urchin's spines turn the garden into a bristling suburb no casual grazer cares to enter. The fish benefit from managed growth, the urchin from rent-free shelter, and a pantry that never runs out. Around the edges of such farms, treaties and skirmishes blur. The damn selfish may bully neighbors and pull down rival algae, yet those same neighbors will rush to alarm calls when a common enemy approaches. It is messy politics, functional and fervent, enforced by constant motion and the memory of yesterday's help. Gorgonians, flexible fans alley, with currents in a pact so complete it looks like prayer. They raise lattices not for beauty, but to translate flow into food, a conversion so efficient that entire communities shelter behind their screens. Crustaceans climb their ribs, fish lurk in their shadow, polyps along the branches open and close like a field breathing. The alliance extends downward, their bases cement rubble, their shade cools young coral heads, their flexible spines absorb energy that might have shattered brittle neighbors. When hurricanes arrive, many bend to the sand and survive where rigid neighbors snap. Afterward, they rise again, treaty intact, congregations unbroken. Humans enter the council with mixed competence. Artificial reefs, seeded with complexity, holes of several sizes ledges, with alternating exposures, surfaces rough enough for films to catch, become quickly inhabited. Simpler offerings, smooth and foolish, stay barren. The reef declines to sign a deal that offers no rooms. Coral nurseries produce branches that divers stitch into dead quarters. Some take, some do not. And the city judges by the only measure it respects. Do these newcomers keep breath in circulation? Do they leave the floor sweepable? Do they hold against the set? Volunteers collect crown of thorns stars in long iodine-scented nights. The slope glows with relief where the appetite is curbed. Elsewhere, hands gather urchins where they have exploded in number, returning the editors to a measured voice. The reef does not scorn our help when it is help, nor does it accept our meddling when it is vanity. Its alliances with us are provisional, audited by tide. Even within single bodies, alliances proliferate. Corals host not one microbe, but consortia, bacteria, that smooth the rough edges of metabolism, archaea, that handle nitrogen's delicate paperwork, viruses that police excess by pruning the overconfident. The immune systems of fish are tuned by the company they keep. Their skin's films are a living cloak, an alliance of micro and macro that decides whether disease finds a door. These invisible parliaments persist because the reef gives them surfaces, flows and corners that favor nuance over noise. As long as the city keeps its air moving, and its floors clean, the small diplomats can do their work. Treaties fail. Heat persuades algae to abandon hosts. Silt muffles cleaner stations and clients go elsewhere for relief. Plagues sniff along corridors and find slack areas where sponges are thin. Hunting pairs turn on one another when scarcity sharpens their ethics into knives. The reef is not naive about betrayal. It expects it and builds mechanisms to catch the falling pieces. When a coral evicts its tenants, it keeps the doors open for cousins better suited to fever. When a cleaner vanishes, another species tries the station and learns the dance. When a wrasse that once cracked shells dies, parrotfish learn to batter with their fused teeth, a less elegant method but workable. Alliance here is not romance. It is a toolbox, and when one tool breaks, another is found or fashioned. While they hold, alliances rewrite the battlefield. A functioning cleaning station reduces disease, frees predators from distraction, and steadies the law of shadow. A robust sponge community lifts water quality to a threshold where sensitive recruits can risk permanence. Coralline mortar binds a talus slope into a platform from which 100 colonies can launch. A damn selfish farm, infuriating as it is to neighbors, creates a mosaic of cropped and wild patches that increases texture and options for settlement. Cooperation, even selfish cooperation, produces habitat. If you drift with patience, you will begin to hear the subtle grammar of these bargains. A grouper flicks its head to invite a moray. A moray returns with a ripple that means I will. A cleaner's shimmy announces safe in a dialect even sharks obey. A goby's quick dart says down, and the shrimp obeys. An anemone's swell around a certain fish says you are mine, and currents carry that declaration as far as scent can travel. Law here is written in small motions repeated until even stone seems to expect them. Some treaties cross kingdoms entirely. Mangroves in quiet backwaters catch silt in their roots and push clean water seaward. In exchange, the reef shelters their young fish until they are bold enough to return inland as hunters. Seagrass meadows slow the set, catch nutrients, and send fattened recruits to the slope. Reefs in turn baffle waves that would tear the grass up by the handful. River mouths and outer bars and lagoon flats, each holds up its part of a wide braided contract that cannot be signed in one room. Break any link, and the others strain. Break two and the chain fails. Alliances are the reef's greatest weapon, because they turn weakness into structure. Small mouths become law when they coordinate. Fragile fortresses endure when tended by gardeners, and shielded by bristling bodyguards. A single polyp with its small tenant son is not much multiplied into 1,000,000 rooms and linked into 1,000 treaties. It is a kingdom that can survive centuries of siege. Cooperation here is not kindness. It is calculus. Shared burdens, shared gains, shared vigilance, shared shade, done so often that it looks like grace. And so the battlefield hums not only with the clash of predators and the rasp of stone, but with the hush of a chord. The reef endures because its citizens rarely stand alone for long. Every embassy has a visitor, every guard has a partner, every wall has its gardeners and editors and janitors. The councils are endless, the bargains are many. The result is not peace, it is continuity. In a war that never ends, continuity is victory enough. Alliances are not only between species, they are written into the architecture itself. treaties in limestone and void. A coral head is not simply a single mind in many mouths. It is often a council of once separate founders that fused when youth and proximity made argument expensive. Two colonies meet, their tissues brush, and for a breath the battlefield inside them decides, compete or combine. In some meetings, sweeper tentacles flare, filaments unspool, and border wars etch pale scars where neighbors refuse to yield. In others, the soft is tolerant, the chemistry permissive, and tissues knit. Skeletons braid, feeding networks merge, and the double origin wall learns to spend like one. The chimera does not forget its parents, it uses their differences. Growth from one lineage favors the windward face, stout and thick. Growth from the other throws exploratory plates into calmer water. What began as rivalry ends as union, a treaty signed in flesh and stone. Compromise here is not romance, it is logistics. Two treasuries shared, two calendars reconciled, two accents combined into a single durable voice that we call fortress. Inside the stone, another parliament convenes, a confederation too small for eyes. Corals host consortia of microbes that do work a mouth cannot, metabolizing wastes before they poison rooms, crafting vitamins. A wall cannot manufacture, parrying opportunists at the gates of skin. Allies change with weather. Heat pulls different partners from the waiting crowd. Guests more tolerant of fever. Tenants who ask for a slightly higher rent, but pay reliably when the noon is unkind. Disease threatens and the council reshuffles again, appointing new constables, bacteria with reputations for order that push back against rot's insurgents. This is alliance without speeches, a cabinet shuffled by unseen ballots. Where it holds, plagues become footnotes and stress becomes a chapter, survivable if not pleasant. Where it fails, the treaty with stone weakens, and the wall's patience runs thin. Architecture itself forms alliances with current and light. Spur and groove ridges on the fore reef are not ornaments, they are agreements with the ocean. Let me divide your force into strands I can read. Take from me the sand I cannot keep. Branching thickets are pacts with fear, labyrinths where small citizens can vanish between teeth and wait tomorrow. Tables and plates are bargains with the sun, wide and thin to harvest slope light, while leaving alleys shaded for shy beginnings. Massive domes are treaties with time and weather, low and stubborn so that hurricanes do not argue them into sand. Even rubble is an alliance, the democracy of fragments that confers advantage no single stone can afford. It is easier to hide among many facts than to stand as one bold claim against the wind. The battlefield's contradictions fuse into working law. Grazers, the gardeners with rasping mouths and patient guts, keep velvet from smothering infant walls. Yet without predators to thin their numbers, the gardeners would become conquerors, filing every plaza to glass, leaving no roughness for recruits to grip. Predators require prey to live, prey require predators to remain useful. The alliance is triangular. Stone needs grazers to stay clean, grazers need hunters to stay careful, hunters need stone to write corridors of advantage and surprise. Pull one corner, and the geometry collapses. Leave all three, and the shape holds untidy but enduring. Failure feeds alliances with provisions only failure can supply. A tower that snaps becomes a forest of fragments. Each splinter is an envoy searching for a platform, and where it lands a treaty forms. The old wall signs its name into a new address, carries its lineage forward, and borrows the microbe library of the neighborhood it chose. A bleached courtyard, terrible in its sudden purity, becomes a season later, a gallery of pinks and browns as coralline paints and bacterial curators establish the Museum of Beginnings. Larvae read the new curation, and choose frames where once there were only blank pages. Collapse is not merely tolerated, it is leveraged, written into doctrine as a lawful way to mint diversity out of singularity. There are darker pacts too. Alliances of caution enforced by pain. A colony that overreaches into a neighbor's shade learns to expect retaliation, sweeper tentacles lashing at night with stinging whips measured exactly to the trespass. Borders glow pale where disputes were settled. Those scars are not only wounds, They are paperwork notarized by chemistry, reminding both parties what rent is owed to light. Yet even these hostilities can become creative. A line of damage interrupts a uniform plate, and along that jagged contour new edges form, more surface for mouths, more folds for shade, more opportunity for larvae that prefer corners to planes. Enmity, bounded by custom, becomes architecture. Elsewhere, the reef drafts alliances between rooms that never touch. Mangrove forests in quiet backwaters grip silt in their roots and bleed clarity seaward. In their brackish shade, juvenile soldiers learn lore: how to hide, when to rush, what shadows mean mercy and which mean trap. When they graduate, they join the slope already trained to read. Seagrass meadows throw their nets over nutrients and slow the march of sand. They export citizens fat with green wages to the reef's markets. In turn, the outer wall baffles waves that would uproot the meadows, affords havens where young mangrove graduates can sleep, and keeps the lagoon from brimming with the kind of noise that drowns subtle treaties. These are alliances of distance maintained by currents that pass messages reliably enough to feel like trust. Within single bodies, alliances are temporal. Daylight pushes corals to bargain with the sun through their tenants. Night frees polyps to feed with hands extended into drifting dark. The colony changes its constitution between watches, from a monarchy of light to a republic of mouths. Two forms of governance sharing one skeleton. Fish change coalitions by hour, too, tight shoals by day, looser pairings by dusk, solitary errands at night when the laws of shadow take precedence over the laws of spectacle. The city's alliances, like its streets, are never fully closed. They open and close according to tide and clock. Sometimes diplomacy fails, and the battlefield summons saboteurs whose work unintentionally saves the day. Parrotfish rasp coral to sand. In excess they look like vandals, yet their mills prevent tyranny of form, keeping space in circulation, seeding beaches that become cays that birth mangroves that feed the reef. Urchins etch circles into stone too many, and they are scourge. But when velvet threatens to lock the nursery gates, the urchin's appetite is the only key that fits. The reef writes these uneasy agents into statute as emergency powers, dangerous when overused, necessary when the other chambers fall silent. There is also the alliance of memory, the way stone remembers the shapes that survived and repeats them. After a rough decade, plates grow thicker at the edges where breakage was common, branches fork lower where wind always cheated, domes squat subtly wider. Recruitment responds. Species that prefer shadow land in the new undercuts. Those that need splash accept the shoulders angled to take it. Nothing is argued aloud. The blueprint shifts a degree at a time, and the city that emerges is a collection of minor edits that together stand against the old failure with new poise. Even silence has partners. Cleaning stations close when the water is dirty or tense. Their attendants scatter into rock until pressure forgets its anger. Octopuses agree with crevices to be absent when sharks pass close and to be present when curiosity can be afforded. Shrimp pause their masonry when the set grows too rude. These are truces with the unspoken treaties with risk to let tomorrow arrive. Alliances in the coral kingdoms are fragile, conditional, often brief, but they are cumulative. A dozen small bargains in one block make a neighborhood where none would hold alone. Multiply that by 1,000 and you have a city resilient not because any single treaty is ironclad, but because redundancy, overlap of favors, diversity of helpers, variety of doors keeps catastrophe from finding every route closed at once. Violence still trims, storms still edit, plagues still test, but the coalition rebuilds because so many hands know by habit rather than hope how to hold. In this coalition, endurance is not an accident, it is policy, written in stone and shared breath. To drift through the reef is to sit in a parliament without walls, a long session that never adjourns and never votes by voice. Delegates arrive disguised as cleaners and gardeners, as hosts and tenants, as hunters who sometimes lay their spears aside to accept service. The agenda is survival, the procedure is choreography. The record is carved into limestone and amended nightly. If you hover near a cleaning station, You witness etiquette, enforced more strictly than law in any courtroom. A shark slows, jaws parted. A wrasse trembles in coded invitation. Other patrons queue, neither timid nor reckless, as if each carried a memory of what happens when custom breaks. In 3 minutes, the Alliance buys days of ease for jaws that keep order elsewhere. The whole city profits from this brief removal of friction. This small tax paid from parasite to patron by the hands of a diplomat. Shrimp dig and gobies watch, and a tunnel becomes both cellar and Senate chamber. The gobies' tail flick is a gavel. The shrimp's backward spill of sand is a bill passed. The closure of the door at a shadow's approach is unanimous consent. Here the treaty is not between friends, but between abilities. Sight and strength, joined to make a house, none could afford alone. The alliance is humble and absolute. Break the warning, lose the wall. Break the wall, lose the warning. It holds because failure is instantly expensive. Sponges speak softly, yet carry a city's breath. Their pumping drafts are motions adopted by sheer repetition, and the water's clarity is the daily minutes, approved without debate, that allow other chambers to convene. They cannot be bribed, only fed. They do not grandstand, they perform. When storms mud the floor, it is their alliance with microbes that keeps enough rooms livable for a remnant to outlast the insult. When quiet returns, recruits will remember the address. By the way the sponge's exhalations felt on their skins, a tactile signature that says, "The council met here even in bad weather." Microbes whisper immunities into skins, not as gifts, but as negotiations. The host provides a surface, a pantry, a climate. The microbe provides enforcement against thieves. The treaty is self-policing. When one party cheats, the other departs, and the house is left open to night visitors who do not knock. In healthy quarters, the film over a coral's surface is a living border patrol. In 6 streets, the film turns to invasion conveyor. The difference between the two can be a half degree of water, a half day of slack tide, a half-remembered custom about which way the plaza should face into the prevailing set. Even these environmental facts are delegates with votes that outweigh rhetoric. Betrayal exists, and the parliament accounts for it without scandal. A cleaner bites flesh, and is swatted into caution. If it repeats the offense, clients boycott the station and the diplomat starves. Symbionts desert during heat, and the host writes the loss into bone, by halting ornament, and paying its wages in survival alone, until better tenants arrive. Hunting partners turn on each other when a shared quarry dwindles. The alliance dissolves not in speeches but in distance. The reef does not moralize these reversals. It remembers them, adjusts corridors, edits schedules, and pursues continuity with new partners when they appear. Humans sit sometimes on the back benches, submitting proposals with awkward handwriting. A pyramid of concrete with holes in many sizes gains quick sponsorship. A clean-walled tire is laughed from the floor. A nursery branch stitched to bone-white stone, in sensible shade, wins a quiet eye from the coralline clerks, and a slim vote of confidence from passing grazers who agree to keep the doorstep swept. A diver who returns night after night to pouch crowns of thorns becomes in the city's ledger a reliable committee member. A flood of silt poured out by a river made reckless upstream is recorded as vandalism from a far-off chamber. The reef cannot attend. Alliances with us are possible and often good. They are never uncritical. The Parliament's standard is simple. Does the motion keep breath in circulation, keep rooms readable, keep exits clear? The rest is noise. Around the periphery of the main floor, the galleries, mangroves, seagrass, outer bars, listen and vote by proxy. Mangroves send shade and juveniles. Seagrass sends clarity and recruits. Outer bars send broken wave and calm windows of tide. The reef returns the favor by buffering, by nourishing, by hiring graduates as gardeners and clerks. When storms topple mangrove stands, the reef's beaches, a gift of parrotfish mills, offer ground for roots to try again. When seagrass beds burn with heat, the reef's labyrinths hold refugees until the meadow returns. The Parliament's reach is as broad as the bay, and as deep as the slope. Its rules are enforced by physics and hunger rather than titles. The councils are not gentle. Predators enforce time limits on impudence, and their cuts prune the agenda of speeches that would run long and choke the day. Gardeners defend their plots with rudeness that borders on riot. Architects compete with chemical syllables for the same corner of light. Yet the violence is constrained by habit, roads of fear that redirect parade routes, corridors of tradition that keep neighbors from overgrazing each other's patience. Alliances do not stop war, they shape it. They channel aggression along lines that the city can afford to rebuild nightly. That is the difference between chaos and structure, not the absence of teeth, but the presence of customs that ensure those teeth do not devour the very floor they stand on. Failure, when it comes, is folded back into governance. A cleaning station abandoned becomes an ordinary ledge, then a coralline-painted porch, then a nursery, then in a few seasons, a vote for a new station one ledge over where flow is better. A bleached quarter loses its tenants and becomes a silent caucus room where sponges and microbes take the chair, arguing for clarity until conditions allow color to speak again. A toppled tower becomes committee seating for a dozen species that never found space in the old arrangement. The parliament reassigns roles constantly, a bureaucracy of breath that wastes nothing. Listen carefully near dusk, when the day's laws are about to pass into the hands of night. The last grazers trace their signatures on the stones, neat circles that say kept. Cleaners take final clients. Even the smallest predator seems to pause before shadow makes new statutes. Plankton gathers like latecomers in the lobby. Polyps lift their hands to greet the tide's opening remarks. In the hush is a feeling that the city is not only alive but attentive, that it remembers its own minutes and enforces them with compassion measured in centimeters and seconds. Here a goby's flick keeps a household safe. There a sponge's breath saves a courtyard from stale death. Over there a shark's very silhouette restores order to a boulevard that would otherwise clog with bravado. All of it is alliance. All of it is law. And when alliances crack, as they must, the parliament does not dissolve. It changes seating. It invites new delegates from quiet corners. It holds emergency sessions in storms and votes by erosion, by feeding, by patience. The reef's constitution is unwritten and absolute survival by cooperation under siege. No coral, no fish, no sponge, no microbe endures alone. Each leans on another, each bargains, each adapts. The council is endless because the war is endless, and the war is survivable because the council is endless. If you stay long enough to feel the rhythm, you will hear the reef's version of mercy, not a promise that harm will not come, but a promise that when it does, there will be hands ready to bear weight, mouths ready to sweep doors, shadows ready to guard exits, and quiet agreements ready to turn loss into architecture. So the kingdoms endure, their treaties fragile yet unbroken in aggregate, their councils everywhere and nowhere, their embassies perched on ledges and hidden in pores. Alliances do not silence the battlefield, they tune it, keep it from screaming itself hoarse, keep it from falling into the static of total victory, or total loss. And in that tuned noise, the crackle of shrimp, the hush of sponges, the murmured trust at a cleaning station, you can fall asleep, knowing the parliament will sit through the night, reading the currents, revising the minutes, renewing the vows that let the coral kingdoms hold the line until morning. Every battlefield carries memory, but none so stubborn as the reef. The coral kingdoms endure not because their soldiers are invincible, but because every scar is kept, every collapse remembered, every lesson carved into skeleton and shadow. To drift above these fortresses is to float over a chronicle, an ancient script written not in words but in walls. A fallen tower does not vanish. It becomes rubble that shelters recruits. A plague does not erase. It leaves pale scars that dictate how the next generation builds. Even storms, violent and sudden, are folded into architecture, their ruins mortared into new forms of strength. The reef does not forget. Forgetting is death. Stone records what flesh cannot. Each line of growth is a record of sunlight survived, of hunger endured, of tides obeyed. A dome tells of centuries of steady partnership with algae. A ridge speaks of storm seasons when only low fortresses could endure. Smooth walls mark times of abundance. Jagged rubble marks times of loss. Nothing here is random. Every surface is testimony. Soldiers come and go, but the battlefield remains, its very stones remembering how each war was fought. Fish, too, inherit memory. Schools learn routes from ancestors. Patrols carried forward like maps written in muscle and instinct. Predators know which corridors yield prey, which shadows conceal ambush, which fortresses shelter resistance. Even larvae, drifting for weeks across the ocean, carry the faint scent of their birthplace, finding their way back to kingdoms they have never seen. Memory is not stored only in skeleton. It is carried in skin, in scent, in rhythm. To us, the reef looks alive only in the present moment. Colors blazing, soldiers moving, predators striking. But beneath that spectacle lies centuries of remembrance. Each crevice is a page, each ridge a chapter, each scar a line in a book that never closes. This is why the reef endures when so many other empires collapse. It fights not with strength alone, but with memory. It remembers what destroyed it before, and it builds against it. It remembers what saved it, and it repeats the strategy. Memory here is not nostalgia, it is survival. The battlefield whispers its long memory in silence. Listen closely, and you will hear it, not in words, but in the hush of current across stone, in the rhythm of polyps opening with the sun, in the crackle of shrimp, in the patience of fish that turn in unison, as if guided by ancestors. The reef does not forget. It cannot. For in the coral kingdoms, memory itself is the greatest weapon of war. Memory shapes alliances as much as it shapes walls. Cleaner stations persist in the same locations, generation after generation, predators and clients inheriting trust written, not in treaties, but in repetition. A grouper knows where to pause, because its parents did. A cleaner dances on the same ledge, because its grandparents thrived there. These are habits born of memory, not chance. The battlefield teaches through continuity. Colonies themselves carry memory in their architecture. Branches of staghorn corals reach toward light in familiar patterns, copying the angles that worked for ancestors. Massive boulders expand outward in rings, each layer remembering the conditions of the last. When storms topple them, recruits settle on the ruins, inheriting not only the place but the lessons written into it. Even microbial partnerships carry memory. Strains of algae, more resistant to heat, become favored through time, not by choice but by survival. Each new generation inherits the resilience purchased by the failures of the last. Predators carry their own traditions. Groupers hunt in the same caves, morays guard the same corridors, sharks patrol the same ridges. Their memory is not personal but inherited, written into the patterns of their species, carried forward as law. Prey respond in kind, avoiding the same ambush points, hiding in the same hedges, choosing nurseries remembered as safe. Each side remembers, each side adapts, each side reshapes the battlefield with every cycle. Memory is not always accurate. Sometimes it preserves fear longer than necessary, avoiding corridors long after the predator that haunted them is gone. Sometimes it repeats mistakes, building towers where storms always fall, trusting alliances that always fracture. But even flawed memory is better than none. To forget here is to fall, and the reef rarely forgets. Humans have memory too, though theirs is young compared to stone. Divers record where reefs flourished. Scientists map scars. Elders remember the colors of reefs now pale. But human memory fades, distracted, imperfect. The reef's memory endures without interruption. It is carried in architecture, enforced by tide, written in skeleton. The reef never looks backward with longing. Its memory is forward-facing, pragmatic, absolute. It builds not to mourn the past, but to guarantee the future. The reef's long memory is not confined to stone and soldiers. It is written into the very rhythm of time itself. Spawning nights, when colonies release clouds of gametes, are synchronized with moon and tide in patterns repeated for millennia. Each colony remembers the signal. Each generation repeats it. Each battlefield renewed not by chance, but by memory passed across ages. It is choreography, older than cities, older than empires, older even than land itself. Currents carry memory too. They repeat their circuits, spinning gyres that have ferried recruits across oceans for longer than humans have walked upright. Eddies return in the same seasons, upwellings rise at the same times, floods bring silt from the same rivers. The reef remembers through rhythm, a calendar kept not on paper, but in the push and pull of water. Soldiers obey without question, for disobedience means death. To spawn out of season, to settle in the wrong tide, to ignore the calendar, is to vanish. The reef's long memory is discipline written in waves. Even silence remembers. In places where reefs once thrived, but now lie pale and skeletal, the water feels different. Shrimp no longer crackle, fish no longer murmur, shadows no longer patrol. Yet the architecture remains, telling of what was, reminding recruits what could be again. These ghost reefs are archives, warnings and promises combined. They say here was battle, here was survival, here was defeat. They wait for soldiers to return, for treaties to be renewed, for memory to become future once more. The reef is not sentimental, it does not mourn the past. It records it, adapts to it, builds on it. Its memory is not grief, it is blueprint. Every scar is a note, every collapse a line of instruction, every survival a paragraph of strategy. Together they form a book still being written, a chronicle without end. The long memory of the battlefield is the reef's true strength. Soldiers come and go, predators rule for seasons, alliances form and break, but memory persists. It is carved into skeletons, carried in currents, whispered by microbes, echoed in silence. It is the reason the reef endures sieges of light, plagues of shadow, invasions of predators, betrayals of allies. No battle is ever wasted, because every battle is remembered. This memory is not human. It is not nostalgia, not regret, not pride. It is functional, pragmatic, absolute. It does not care who ruled, who fell, who triumphed. It records only what works, what fails, what endures. It is survival distilled into scripture. To drift through the reef is to read that scripture without knowing the language, to feel the weight of centuries written in scars. When we sleep above these kingdoms, lulled by their silence, we are resting on memory older than history. Every whisper of current across stone, every flicker of light through coral branches, every hush of shadow across sand, it is all memory, all testimony, all strategy. The reef is battlefield, archive, cathedral, and council, all in one. Its wars are endless, but so is its patience. Its memory ensures that even defeat becomes foundation, even collapse becomes future. And so the coral kingdoms endure, not because they are unbroken, but because they remember how to break and rise again. Their long memory is their weapon, their fortress, their crown, and in that memory lies the secret of survival, not triumph, not conquest, but the refusal to forget. The coral kingdoms are not simply gardens, not simply havens for color and life. They are empires carved by patience, defended by violence, rebuilt by memory, and sustained by alliances that would look fragile if measured by human time, but are in truth stronger than steel when measured by centuries. The reef is empire because it rules its battlefield. It does not conquer with speed or spectacle. It conquers with the stubborn refusal to vanish. Empires here rise not from conquest, but from continuity. A single polyp settling on bare stone grows into a colony, then into a wall, then into a fortress. Fortresses link together, becoming cities. Cities sprawl into kingdoms that spread across miles of seafloor. Their rule is not proclaimed by banners, but by shadows, the wide reach of spires that bend light, the long silhouettes of ridges that break currents. Every fortress is both soldier and sovereign, fighting to hold ground against predators, storms, plagues, and time. The reef's empire does not fall in a single battle. When storms topple towers, rubble becomes foundation. When plagues bleach walls, new recruits write color again. When predators overgraze, shadows regrow, reclaiming balance. Nothing ends completely here. Every collapse is rehearsal, every ruin a seed. Empires that humans build may crumble in silence when abandoned, their stones left to weather and weeds. The reef's empires refuse such endings. They rewrite themselves endlessly, their script patient, their narrative eternal. Predators enforce law in these empires. Sharks patrol as judges, barracudas as executioners, groupers as gatekeepers. Prey comply not because they are weak, but because they recognize that even death feeds continuity. Every body becomes resource. Every scar is recycled. The reef is efficient, not because it chooses to be, but because inefficiency would end it. It cannot afford waste. Waste is weakness, and weakness has no place in empire. What gives these kingdoms their unbroken continuity is the refusal to let death mean erasure. Every fallen soldier becomes foundation. Every broken wall becomes shelter. Every predator's strike contributes to order. The empire endures because it has learned to weave death into its strength, to fold endings into beginnings, to accept ruin as just another layer of growth. Its persistence is not triumphal, it is pragmatic. It is not beauty for beauty's sake, though beauty is the side effect of survival. It is survival itself, written in towers of limestone, and in the endless patience of mouths that open night after night, tide after tide, refusing to stop. To us the reef looks fragile, delicate, breakable, but in truth it is empire, harder than any kingdom built on land, because it does not seek permanence, only renewal. That is its strength. It does not cling to the illusion of stability. It embraces collapse as strategy. It falls so it can rise again, and in that rising it proves it is unbroken. Drift above such an empire long enough, and you begin to hear its heartbeat. It is not loud. It is not rushed. It is the steady pulse of continuity, a rhythm deeper than memory, older than time. An empire that refuses to fall is not one that never breaks. It is one that turns every break into strength. The reef has been doing this for ages, and it will do so long after we are gone. The reef's empire is ruled not by kings but by councils, endless parliaments of soldiers negotiating survival. Every alliance is treaty, every predator's patrol is governance, every grazer's persistence is civic duty. A reef is not ruled from above, it rules itself, a collective empire where every soldier, from the smallest polyp to the largest shark, enforces balance simply by living its role. Its politics are instinct, its constitution survival. Cleaner fish are its diplomats, arbitrating peace between predators and prey in their fragile stations. Sponges are its bureaucrats, filtering the battlefield's chaos into order. Sharks are its generals, patrolling law through shadow alone. Algae are its silent accountants, feeding soldiers by balancing the ledger of sugar and light. No single soldier claims the throne. The throne itself is shared, rotating endlessly, its authority written into current, light, and stone. Empires that humans build fracture, because power is hoarded, because corruption blooms, because greed outpaces endurance. The reef avoids such ruin by dispersing authority into everything. No species, no fortress, no soldier controls the whole. Every element contributes, every alliance enforces, every scar reminds. Its resilience lies not in strength concentrated, but in strength distributed. When one colony falls, another rises. When one species fails, another fills the role. The empire is flexible, because it does not depend on singular rulers. It depends on collective survival. This does not mean harmony. The reef's empire is violent, its councils brutal, predators cull without mercy, plagues rewrite law with no warning. Alliances break in betrayal, yet the empire persists because violence here is not chaos, it is structure. Violence trims excess, enforces balance, prevents collapse. It is not cruelty, it is constitution. In this empire, even death is governance. What makes this empire unbroken is its ability to absorb loss without shattering. Human kingdoms collapse when rulers fall, when walls break, when cities burn. Coral kingdoms endure because they expect collapse. They weave ruin into their architecture. Their laws are flexible, their alliances temporary, their strategies adaptive. They are empire not because they are strong, but because they are wise enough to bend, to yield, to break and regrow. Every tide is a council session. Every dawn is a vote. Every scar is legislation. The reef does not pretend permanence. It does not promise peace. It promises only continuity, only the refusal to stop. That is enough. That is everything. The reef's empire endures because it is patient, and patience is the rarest weapon in any war. A polyp may take a month to add a fraction of a millimeter to its skeleton. A colony may take decades to build a wall. An empire may take centuries to spread across miles of seafloor, but time is the reef's ally, its endless resource. Predators strike, storms topple, plagues arise, but none of them can outlast time. Patience means the reef can wait out every enemy. Sharks patrol for decades, but the walls they guard will still stand after they are gone. Storms roar for days, but the rubble they scatter becomes fortresses centuries later. Heat burns for seasons, but colonies endure, harboring resistant strains until balance returns. The reef endures not by speed, not by strength, but by the slow accumulation of patience. Every scar is a reminder of what can be survived if you simply continue breathing. To us, patience looks like silence. To the reef, it is weapon, strategy, and faith combined. Each polyp trusts that the sugar it builds today will support tomorrow's growth. Each colony trusts that collapse will feed the next generation. Each recruit trusts that the address it chooses will carry it through centuries of tide. Patience is the glue of empire, binding soldiers and strategies across time. This patience is not passive, it is active endurance. Soldiers do not wait idly. They fight, feed, build, and bleed. But they fight knowing that victory is not instant, knowing that survival itself is triumph. To endure is to win, to persist is to conquer. This is the reef's greatest wisdom, the lesson carved into every fortress, whispered in every current, written into every scar. The empire does not need to triumph in a single battle. It only needs to refuse to stop fighting. Patience is why the coral kingdoms are empires, not just cities. They endure beyond lifespans, beyond storms, beyond us. They do not measure victory in moments but in centuries. They do not count battles won, but scars survived. Their patience is empire. Empires of coral refuse to fall because they are not bound by pride. They do not cling to towers once they collapse. They do not mourn fortresses turned to rubble. They do not deny scars or disguise defeats. They accept loss, weave it into their future, and continue. This humility, this lack of vanity, is what makes them invincible. Where human empires fall because they cannot bear humiliation, coral empires thrive because they do not fear it. Collapse is not shameful, it is strategy. Rubble is not ruin, it is blueprint. Bleaching is not the end, it is pause. Every failure is folded into survival, every scar into structure, every loss into renewal. The reef does not waste grief on what has fallen, it invests in what will rise again. That is the lesson written into every reef. Survival is not the absence of war, it is the mastery of war. It is not avoiding collapse, but mastering the art of collapsing well. Empires of coral endure because they break gracefully, feeding their future with their own ruin. They do not resist change, they use it. They do not deny death, they harvest it. This is why they are eternal. To us, the reef's empires glow with beauty, but their true strength is not color, it is philosophy. It is the refusal to fall, not by standing unbroken, but by breaking into strength. That is why they are battlefields and kingdoms, both. That is why their wars are endless, and their survival eternal. To listen here, as current brushes stone and shadows patrol silently, is to feel that truth settle into you like tide. Empires that refuse to fall are not invincible. They are patient, adaptive, humble, eternal. And as long as one polyp opens its mouth to drink the tide, the empire endures. The war continues. The reef survives. The war of the coral kingdoms is endless. It is not a story of triumph and defeat, but of endurance, of patience, of survival, written in stone and shadow. Soldiers fight and fall, predators strike and fade, storms tear walls apart, but the kingdoms rebuild. They remember, they endure, they never stop. As you drift away tonight, Let these battlefields remind you of something greater, that even in constant siege, there is resilience. Even in ruin, there is renewal. The reef is fragile to our eyes, yet to itself it is empire, council, cathedral, and warrior, all at once. May its whispers guide you into rest, may its patience steady your breath, and may its unbroken rhythm lull you to sleep. The war continues beneath the waves, but for you it becomes a song of calm. Sleep well, and let the coral kingdoms keep watch.